And just like that, we're starting the pre-session.
Pre-session.
Woohoo! Everybody's here. Happy times, happy faces. I know we had some out before, but we're all back again with new and vital energy that we're bringing into the third session of campaign 2 for these players. How are we doing?
Great, bro. I ate a tuna sandwich today.
Hmm. And
Life as well.
life as well. All good.
Yeah.
Well, God.
Sorry, I yawned. I'm just gonna go.
Don't mind me.
I'm out. Yeah.
Hey.
If we all recall the last events of session 2, basically leaving off with some discovered information on Xenophane, along with acquiring some devices for Mimosa. A lot of interesting stuff in the Kingdom of Oracle as we basically toured around for most of the day. Now we get back to business, as we're going to gather you two parties together in the beginning of our session. But before we do that, is there anything that you have for me before we start? All right, let's get started. You guys return to the center of Oracle in the Central Bureau. The shops are closing from their many sales of the day, some of them very interesting. However, most of the shops have packed up and gotten out of the Mithril Bazaar. Carnelian and Idris, both of you return back to the group who is currently convening surrounding this lantern that's just been acquired by Mimosa.
I wanted to actually go to the Laurent.
Oh, you want to
he's
go?
eating
You
out.
want to go see where Laurent is? Okay, that's where both of
Yeah.
you are gonna go.
That's where I'd like to go if Idris wants to follow.
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
All right.
For that time, do you want to meet up with the group first, or do you want to go there straight away?
Probably not.
Okay.
Just go there.
All right. Both of you go on your journeys. Whoop. Whoop. But the four of you who are here in the Central Bureau have acquired your manners of shopping. You might be able to catch a shop on the way before it closes, but most everything seems like it's wrapping up. You would know around this time, Ymir and Velu, that the taverns would be probably picking up as far as their business goes. So, with that being said, the time is yours.
So, like, do we have like a game plan? Are we just gonna go head first into whatever? Are we even
I don't know
ready?
this place.
Okay.
Do you know how to get there?
So the docks?
Yeah.
Or the...
At this point, Mimosa's gonna activate his little lantern and just have like 3 little lights orbiting him.
Yeah. Little dancing lights kind of float around as little motes, and the lantern also has its like central light, but you see that the light diminishes a bit as the other lights are like protruded out as their normal dim lights, but they are orbiting you.
Should we not scout ahead while it's still light out?
Without the two others, I feel like we should go as a team, no?
Yeah. Like, what if they get lost? What if they can't find us?
I'm just more scared that we get ambushed, and I don't know about you. I'm a fighter, but I feel like,
Are you?
yeah, I could fight. And then he puts his hands on his hips, and you see his skinny frame. I could throw down if I need to. I'm quite capable.
I'm just gonna look at him.
Okay,
Cute Moxie, but I don't think it'll be enough.
okay. But I do know Karn is capable. I mean, we've seen Karn, so I just feel like we should wait for Karn and Idris. But what are you guys capable of doing if we were to throw down? Because I feel like this shady business is going to lead us to throwing down.
Well, if we're speaking of throwing down, I'm gonna throw down my hammer. He's gonna pull out his like war hammer and like spin it around.
Wow, that's so big.
I'm sure fighting is nice, but we could try other options before it gets to that.
Oh, like diplomacy?
Yes.
Are you
Oh.
sure, Father? I mean, these are criminals. I mean, they locked Idris's brother in a hole.
If there's more of us, we could overpower them. If we prevent them from getting on the ship, they have nowhere to go.
So we need to cut the Oh, so like stop the ship from even taking off.
Yes, we could prevent them here.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like a relatively okay idea. I just hope we don't like destroy the ship in the process.
We also
This
know what
is
they're
a ship
doing.
of bad
Why don't we
people.
sneak on as one of them?
Oh,
Mm,
who would sneak on?
Me personally, y'all can do that. I'll just watch from a distance.
you're
Okay,
not going
buddy.
to do anything at all?
Nope.
Do you not?
Evil people. Bleh.
So let the evil people do what they wish? Really? That's what we're going with?
No, that's not. No.
Kinda
you
seemed like what
shouldn't.
your vibe was going with.
No.
I mean, like, to each their own. Like, I'll let you do whatever.
No, that's not what I was saying.
You're
So
right.
what are-
Evil is disgusting, but religion can save us all.
Okay.
Yay! Anyways, so we gonna go into the ship and act as one of them?
Sure.
Who
Oh.
was going to act as one of them?
Don't look at
That-
me.
Velu's gonna side-eye torch Ymir.
Well,
I'm not.
don't all
I'm
volunteer
not
at
doing all
once.
that.
I'll
Ymir
do it.
looks too friendly.
I'm not made for infiltration. I'm made for stealing and blasting. That's it. That's all I can do. That's my capabilities. So
I'll do it.
Are you sure, Father?
you're kind of like a big figure.
I'm not. Nobody knows who I am.
Yeah, but you're like I feel like you have such a recognizable build though.
Are you calling him fat?
No, I'm calling him
Oh.
super handsome and hot. I just feel like anybody
Oh,
can
okay.
figure out who you are. What?
I'll
What?
keep that in mind.
Okay.
Okay, maybe. Veal, I feel like you can do it.
Who?
You.
No.
The problem is that you guys live in this town. They might recognize you as locals.
I have been here for a while.
Well, we could use magic to disguise ourselves.
Let me see what I got in store. Ymir's gonna start flipping through a book.
Yeah.
I also have magic.
What magic can you do?
I have disguise.
Oh. So you're gonna disguise yourself?
I could bring another.
Not me.
I have enough for two.
I feel like you gotta contribute in some way, shape, or form, Velu. Because aren't you interested?
Velu's
in
gonna
the-
smile at Ymir.
Velu, you're so sweet for volunteering. You didn't
I'm
have
not
to.
going to do this, Ymir.
How come?
No reason. I just
I
don't want
thought you were interested in the what the doctor was doing as well.
I am.
Okay,
Storm.
so earn it.
Fine.
Cool. All right. So 2 infiltrators. The rest of us try and figure out how to take the ship down. Not like down, but like stop it from moving anywhere. I think that sounds like a pretty good plan. Father, you're pretty good at making plans.
Thank you.
So, like, what do you do on your free time, by the way? Just like chatting. If we're just
I-
kind of sitting here awkwardly.
I like to talk to people, learn about their life.
Wow, I love doing
Everybody
that
has
as well.
a story.
My father likes helping people. He's a good man.
I mean, these criminals, maybe they're doing it for money. Maybe
We can
they don't
walk and
want to
talk.
do it.
Y'all do know that, right? We can walk and talk.
Yes.
So let's get walking to what we need to do. Okay. Ymir starts. I mean, Velu starts to walk.
We can walk
I
and
know,
talk.
sometimes multitasking is hard.
That's funny.
Are you walking? Velu
Yeah,
says.
we're
Yeah, I
walking.
know. Where are you going? Where do you guys want to
He just
go?
looks at his feet to make
We're
sure he's
going-
walking.
Up to the boat, the docks.
Okay. Are you, Velu? Since you're taking a little bit of charge in that, go ahead and just I would say give me a survival check, with advantage,
Great.
because you're familiar with getting places here.
Okay. 1 second. Survival.
Yes.
Two.
It's not gonna be very hard because, yeah,
17.
a 17. Sure enough, you guys are discussing going to the skyship Strands, which are an oracle, and it's as hard as looking upwards. When you guys look up, you guys see above you like the large, like pillared elevator that rises all the way up to the air docks. Like they are legitimate ships that float in from the sky. Some going above the clouds. In order to arrive to the skyship Strands, you will need to get over to where Laurent's tower is, like Satoria Hills. I would say that you guys all have access to get up there. However, you guys were only permitted access to get to the tower for Laurent. So you can walk that direction, but I think on your survival check, Velu, you would be able to stop beforehand and say you might need to get somehow further into there, either with Laurent's help or somehow. You just know that it's higher in these elevated areas that you may not have access to.
I repeat this to the group.
There you go.
Can you say it again?
Oh, I'll say it.
So,
So we need another person to go further into the docks, and we could probably use Laurent's help. Because he's on the way. So we can probably ask him so we can go into the docks. Yep.
okay, do we
Let
have
me
any
do
way
the
of,
talking.
okay, but do we have any way of getting like the rest of our team here? Like Laurent's sister, and then super dark mysterious cat guy.
Super dark mysterious cat guy.
Sorry, I'm
Interesting.
projecting. My bad.
You
But
all
we-
you all do recall that Laurent said they were going to be like at a restaurant, like basically like having their dinner if you wanted to join him. However, you do know that both Idris and Carnelian were still in the headquarters at the time you guys left.
Okay.
Does anyone have sending?
I don't. I think Idris has all the little sending messages. So I mean, if they really need to, they could just send it to us, right? We go to the dinner, try to get Laurent, get access into there. We do our infiltration plan, and then if Idris and Carnelian need to contact us, they will. And yeah,
Yeah, we can do that. Let's go. Bella starts walking.
You guys start turning around from your point to go right back
So
to
much walking.
the video
there.
district. Quite a little bit of distance has been made. You haven't walked up like the flights of stairs that are like to the upper plinths, but we're gonna swap over to Carnelian and Idris. You two arrive at a restaurant. Idris, it's a hard point to smell out something, which is kind of odd, but you immediately do smell like the cooked pork and beef that's coming from the inside of a restaurant you turn your head towards. You can see Laurent is sitting inside, kind of like has sat down on a table with like 9 other spaces available on the table and no one sitting next to him. Like he has like a whole like large like wraparound like section of a table looks like reserved for him. But you see it from the outside of this place.
Certainly looks lovely over there. Perhaps we should go in.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah. You guys enter Soul Food. SOL, Soul Food. As you walk in, you see that there's a bunch of these same tabletops, like maybe fitting like 10 to 12 patrons per table. The tables themselves are actually like full grills of what they are. They wrap around a center point where a chef like kind of presents in the middle of that point and cooks on the grill in front of the people who are sitting in this area. And you see that currently sitting on like the very, very far edge of one of these tables, Laurent is currently sitting and eating what looks to be like some like meandering of pork and rice. Just currently chowing, and like he kind of looks up and sees you. He like wipes himself with a napkin. He's like, "Idris, here," and like waves you over.
Laurent, is this entire table for you?
He kind of like, no, I just really like this place, and I don't typically go with anybody else.
You don't go with anybody else.
This is just a dinner. I was gonna. I invited you all, and I told you if you want to join me, you may.
Well, here we are.
And
Well,
you-
at least 2 of us for
Yeah,
now.
you guys sit down, and as soon as you sit down, there's like, you don't have to make the perception check. You guys kind of like hear the footsteps behind the table that you sit down at. There's someone a little lower height is currently like at the grill station, and you hear like kind of climbing up like a step stool up to the grill. You see a halfling, like this is like a regular halfling who kind of like just stands up kind of on the step stool, kind of looks over, has the chef's hat on, you know, like the full like white like topped chef hat, and 2 knives in their hands, and they kind of look over at you two. It's like, both of you are eating.
Yeah.
If you guys want the
Yes.
buffet, I can. The buffet's 5 gold per person, just as a warning. You pay at the end, but it's if you want food, we can start that.
All you can eat.
All you can eat.
Hey.
We don't include the drinks in that though. That's just food.
Can I get a menu?
God,
Yeah,
I
and it's
think
like,
we do the
yeah,
buffet.
he like kind of goes over. He like leans over. He pulls out a parchment like scroll and like throws it over to you. And what would be on a spell scroll is written in fine like blackened like regular ink, and it like has. It looks like at the top it has like pork, beef, chicken, like mixed vegetables. There's alcohol kind of on the opposite side of it. The full on menu. And it looks like all these are like combination type styles of things that you can eat. All coming with the sides included when you order like the main entree. But you can order a buffet style where they just make it for you when you ask, which is 5 gold. And that's all night.
I personally don't need that much food, but is there like a chicken salad maybe?
Yeah.
Somewhere on here.
I got you. And just like ding, 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 ding. He like
Extra
flips
chicken.
the knives. You see like from the side from a bag of colding, he pulls out like chicken and like slaps it on the grill. Immediately, it just starts going on the grill and starts cooking it.
Where'd you get that bag? Is there like
He kind of just looks around. You see, soon as you say that, you look around. You see every chef is adorned with this. Like has a small like pouch to their side that's very similar in nature. It has a logo on it of like the food industry that they're in.
is there a place where you guys just get a bunch of different bags or
Just shrugs and says, "Standard issue." Ding 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 ding. It just like keeps like cooking, flipping a knife, doing a little crazy trick.
you have no idea where you like get these?
No,
No.
not really.
Would your manager know maybe?
He like smiles for a second. It's like definitely not. Ding ding ding. Like just slides like kind of the gristle off of it, and you see him like use like a little powder or something, like kind of flicking onto the chicken that's making it fire up. It's like flame grilling it, and just looks over at you, Idris. It's like, did you want something?
This is a weird request. Do you have honey pork?
He like looks up as he's like still cooking your food. He's like looking up and thinking. He's like, I don't know if we have honey. Definitely pork. And he's like throws again, reaches into the bag of holding, puts pork onto the grill. And he's like, let me see if I can get someone in to bring that over to you. And he like stops the knives, puts the knives down, like backs up. You hear him get off the step stool and just start walking really swiftly back to the back area. And you're left with this. Laurent's sitting there is like, anything good with what you were doing, of course.
What do we figure out, Idris? Let me see. Me and God damn, I'm blanking on the names. Me and Ymir, we interrogated the criminal that was captured that I brought down.
Oh, that's good.
It was a rather interesting performance. I heard mostly about it, not really there to see it. It was quite interesting, though.
I mean, I didn't get a chance to look. I looked at them when they were unconscious, so they seemed intimidating.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to crack him, but Ymir pulled his weight and he did a good job, actually. It surprised me.
He
But
raises his eyebrows and he's like, well, it seems like you all are working well together.
yeah, we have a lead for tonight that we're gonna try to work on, and have somewhat of a plan for it, but we'll see how that goes.
I think it's at this point that the rest of the group kind of comes in to the scene, meeting with the rest of you. All of you guys take a seat down at this table, kind of like interposing yourself with the conversation, and you see that the halfling comes back from service, like looks over at Idris and just gives a wink to you, Idris, saying, I got you, honey.
Oh, thank you so much.
I didn't mean to do the play on words there, but that was... Anyways. And looks over at the rest of the four of you. It's like, oh, more people. It's like finishes searing your chicken on the grill, Carnelian, and you see that he has brought like salad over with it. He does like maybe like 4 slices and like clean cuts and just puts it into the bowl, like kind of like drizzles it with like a dressing of some kind in this wooden bowl and just like spins it over to you, and it kind of just slides perfectly where you're sitting at on the table. He looks at you and says, that's just going to be one gold piece.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Just
for...
not looking at you, Carnelian, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Yep. He just like nods and is like, that's it. And looks over at the rest of you who have now entered into the scene. You guys can take ordainments as well, like from the chef, who's like basically preparing food as you go. You guys can make orders, do what you want, spend money to adorn yourselves in any way. But the conversation continues with Laurent basically stating to all of you who have arrived, He kind of like goes over to you, Carnelian, and like puts a hand on your hand. It's like, no, 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 no. And like looks up. It's like, it's on me. And like stares at the halfling. It's like, and the halfling's like, kind of raises the eyebrows, and he's like, okay. And like gives you your food, Carnelian. Doesn't accept your gold piece, and the rest of you hear this.
Oh, if I were another elder at the all you can eat.
There's an all you can eat.
Yeah, there is.
Nods.
I want that.
Absolutely. Coming up, you see like from the bag of clothing, he pulls out like 3 like strips of steak, like pork, like long loin cuts, chicken cutlets, like throws them on tenderloin, just starts sizzling.
You guys have
Halfling.
entire turkeys.
He just like thinks to himself, it's like, not this season.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
Velu and Ymir, you've seen this place in passing, but this is like, again, too expensive for your guys' tastes, but someone paying for it is like astounding.
and we can eat whatever we want here.
You look at Laurent with like these eyes of a child. He just like smiles and looks at Idris, looks at you, and he's like, you go ahead.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
He nods. He like fully like says, yeah. Hold yourself on alcohol if you can, but who can stop you, right?
You said those you can.
No,
stop.
no, please. I insist that you indulge. Just be careful.
Always drinking with this one.
I'm assuming the drinks are strong.
No, not strong. Just overpriced.
Ooh.
But that's-
As Carnelian eats his food, he's not using any utensils. He's actually just bending his head over, picking it up with his mouth, and then sitting it back up.
It's weird because like you go to reach for utensils at one point, and you realize that there are no utensils. You realize like a lot of the plates at this place are like tapas type style, where it's like kind of individual like finger foods and like eating and over. Like the portions aren't huge. However, the
I'm not
buffet
even
style
using
is
finger foods.
yeah. I'm just saying, like you're realizing that the silverware is like not common on the table.
Okay.
But yeah, Laurent's here. You guys share a dinner with him. Yeah, you're all here. Smell of good food and enjoying yourselves.
So,
I'm just eating.
what are you guys ordering? Like, what's going on?
I want 3 steaks, 2 chickens.
Get the buffet. Get the buffet.
They also have like
I
the
am
side
gonna
items
avenge
too.
most
Like
of what I want.
this is basically
Wait.
like a Japanese hibachi, but guys, like this is basically the same exact idea and confidence of it, except it's buffet style. So
How big of a bowl of noodles can I get?
probably a pretty big one. Any ordainment of like this greasy kind of like food and also just really savory meat cuts is like basically just offered to the rest of you. You guys can enjoy whatever dishes you seem fit. This chef seems to be all in for you guys.
Did I get a kebab?
I can skewer it. Yeah, this kind of you see not from the bag of clothing that he doesn't pull out. You see he takes his knife blade and reaches underneath the grill master area, pulling out like a bamboo shoot, and he just kind of cuts a line off of it. He cuts it and throws it onto the grill to char a little bit before he puts any meats on, and just looks at you. It's like, do you want it prepared that way as well with the same seasonings?
Oh my god. This is too much for me. I am too broke for
I'm
this.
gonna go ahead and do that. He just like reaches into his bag of clothing, pulls out like peppers and different like herbs, and just starts.
So how does
tossing it.
food like work in there? You're just doing things and things just come out in meals that people can eat. How much is that?
I get a portion for my table every time I go to work, so I'm able to serve up to 10 patrons with one bag. And if I do a
Wow.
buffet style, I'll have to go and refill it. But they usually will have spares in the back.
How much?
Huh?
How much do these cost?
I
These
don't-
bags?
I don't know. I get whenever I applied here and got my job, they just gave it to me for my work. I'll have to give it back if I don't work here, but like who wouldn't work here? It's great.
It is
Do you have
great.
like
Maybe you should
any
work here.
empty
Mimosa's
bags?
just talking with a mouthful. just food.
What did Karn say?
I was wondering if there are any empty bags in like a storage that maybe we could buy.
Not that I don't think we sell anything like items wise. It's just food here. I mean, he kind of like stops for a second. It's like, I don't think there's any to sell. I think everything that's on the floor is on the floor, and then anything spare is for emergencies. So,
But if you empty that bag,
I wouldn't recommend that. He just like laughs a bit. There's probably more food in here than there is in like all the tables.
okay. Right then.
Just like nods. It's like, it's okay. You guys can come back anytime and get the same experience that you guys have just seen. And like kind of looks over at Laurent, and Laurent's like, yeah, definitely come back here. It's so good.
Well, whatever they did to this pork is delicious.
Yes. You have to try
Well,
putting
give me-
the
you just give me a
sauce. Put
bite.
that white sauce on there. Just try it.
Mimosa, you have to try this pork with the white
Mimosa's
sauce.
gonna like have a hand out, open palm.
Idris is gonna slap a piece of that pork and pour that white sauce on top, and she's gonna go, "You ready to try it together?"
Yes.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Bang
Ow.
noses.
This is really cool.
You guys are just
Velo,
having
do you
a-
want me to feed the food into you?
No,
Okay.
don't do that. I can do that myself.
What alcohol beverages do they have here?
Kind of mix
I will
of
have one.
everything. A lot of it's like rice wine, or like kind of like a ricey beer. It's pretty good, sweet. It's like a sweet like alcohol, but more like on the like, what is it called, tap side. So it's cheap. The alcohol is cheap, but it's also overpriced, and it's overpriced cheap alcohol.
Amazing. I'll have a glass.
Laurent starts taking taps. He's like just kind of nodding at all of it. He's like, well, that's a lot.
And I also get the glass.
Yeah, all of you guys get drinks as you guys so desire. You guys are nearly finishing the meal, and Laurent kind of like holds his belly a little bit. It's like, and then whenever I did come here, I almost got arrested. You know, like I was walking up the satire thing, and Satoria was like, "Oh, who are you?" And I was like, "I'm the new guy. Is it coming to do the disease work?" And they're like, "Oh, we heard about you." And I was laughing with them, and they almost took me. Yeah, it's not a long story, but it was just a fun time. Coming here was so weird because I always was so used to the tribal life that we lived, and then this is big city living.
Mm-hmm.
I've changed. I have drastically changed.
I bet it's living in a city like this, I can see how one might change. It's
Especially-
expected.
Especially if you have the skills required for what people want. Like it makes sense,
And you've always been a brainiac.
I know. It never was
I
appreciated.
know too.
So I'm happy. I'm happy here. So I like it here. I hope all of you have so far.
I like it too. I didn't realize there's this many sauces in the world.
Don't forget, like, to actually swallow when you eat. It's like as you're putting a whole steak in your mouth. Everything's like, time has passed a little bit. It's about like 30 minutes. So it's almost an hour now of like you guys eating together. Time's moving.
Oh, guys, by the way, we still need to stop an
Oh.
infiltration.
I was just about to
How
say
long
that.
do we
When
have?
are we supposed to go?
I feel like now would be, we
Carnelian stands up.
since
Did
we don't
lose
know
track
when
of time? Oh my
We have-
god.
Thank you for the
we also
food,
have like a new
Laurent.
plan, by the way.
Laurent's like
Mimosa's
full.
gonna be like stuffing some food in like his pockets.
Yeah, I mean that's shameless, but sure.
Cruise can be chatting with the bartender, talking about his religion.
Yeah,
We have a
you're
plan for
you're bringing it up, and he's like he's on, like, he's nodding while he's cooking and preparing the dishes. He kind of looks at you. He's like, you really believe in this?
think it can help people.
But like, Explain something to me. I'm a little of a pessimist sometimes. He kind of looks over at you like Father Cruz and just like you see that this is a moment that you might turn somebody. Can you tell me, like, do you think it could help others? Like, if I do this, like, is this something I could pay forward?
I feel like you can pay for it in your own way. You know, it'll affect you as much as you want it to.
Make a persuasion check with. Yeah, just a persuasion check.
Give me a second. Oh, I don't have my dice. $25.
25. He like nods. It's like, I've been thinking about the fact of like that spiritualness, and I've been lacking, and my wife and my kids might seem necessary to have some morals in their life. So that, yeah, I'll be serious about it. The pamphlet that you probably already handed him, he's like holding it in his hand. He kind of like holds it close and just kind of puts it into his side satchel. He takes the chef's hat off. It's like, well, I'm switching shifts, so it's a pleasure to meet you all.
Good luck in life.
Nods like, I'm Elias.
Hi, Elias.
Cruz will
Bye,
shake his hand
Elias.
goodbye.
Just like kind of steps down from his stool, walks away.
Oh, you really changed that person.
You know, it could be for the better.
I hope whatever you're saying is super good for people. It seems like it's super good for people.
It is good. It's a good thing. For some.
For some.
I mean,
Some.
I don't personally, I don't believe in it too much, but I know it helps people. I mean, Father, it helps you.
I mean, it's because of my religion I got to meet you, so
I guess that's a good point.
I think that's the best thing it ever did for me.
Well,
Oh.
so gonna give Father a little side hug.
Mimosa and Father, you can have inspiration. That's really cute.
That was super adorable.
No.
Oh,
Wow.
before the mission, Cruz will bless everybody.
Oh, that's even nicer.
Sorry, not bless. All guidance, I will bless Ymir and Mimosa.
How long does the bless
And then I
last
will-
again?
Bless is... whenever a target makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, it
Just-
says how long it takes, but it doesn't say how long it...
It's concentration, right?
I think that's just to cast it, right?
Well, yeah. Hold on, I got you. You guys continue talking, but you'll cast bless upon which ones?
Mimosa and Ymir.
Most of Ymir, you're
Thank
blessed.
you so much. Is
And then
this
everybody else...
Wow.
But Ymir, that same feeling you felt going into the what's it called?
It's up to a minute,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yes.
So you must.
Thank you. Up to a minute. So it's a
You
minute.
might want to cast that later.
I'll cast it like when we get there.
Still feel great, It's just like the nice words from Father Cruz kind of resonate out in Mimosa and Ymir. You feel targeted in that sense of like belonging.
This will help you brawl just like you want.
I'm pretty good at brawling.
Laurent kind of looks over. It's like, so what's next?
We are going to try and infiltrate a shipment before it leaves or
Okay.
something.
I don't see how that helps
And-
you.
That's our lead.
Oh.
We don't know what they have on there. We're trying to figure out what's up with the bad guys. So, yeah.
Well, good luck with that.
And good luck to you.
And it's like kind of like wipes his face off. It's like, I'm going to turn in for the night. I don't know how you all don't want to sleep after this. Stands
Don't
up.
remind me.
And it's like, well, you know where to find me. And starts getting up and walking away. You seeing that like the restaurant's like kind of closing up a bit. But kind of like you guys are kind of like the last table lingering in here.
Okay.
Well, let's not be rude. We're just kind of standing here.
Yeah, we need to go. So Carnelian and Idris, we're walking and talking like
Mhm.
as we're leaving.
Walkie-talkie.
We made the four of us had the little plan that we are gonna try and do, which is have Father Cruz and Velu go in and infiltrate into there while the rest of us try and figure out a way to like stop the ship from even going anywhere. And if a fight occurs, but that's like the initial plan.
We can crash it.
Crash
Do
the ship.
we want to cause
Crash the
death,
ship in
destruction,
the
and
middle of
fire?
the city.
Yeah,
No,
feel
we're in
like
the middle of the city.
that's
That should be
We can do it in, like, a
something we
forest.
attempt later.
It's-
So stow away on the ship, crash it while we're in the air, and fall to our deaths.
maybe last resort if it has to be that way.
You're really intense and I like it. I'd be on your team.
I don't see the problem with crashing it here.
And well, some of us have a fear of heights. Not me,
You
of
have
course,
a fear
but
of heights.
no.
I
Mm-mm,
think you're lying.
no,
Why Is there a tree around?
if you throw me up a tree, I'm never speaking to you again.
Why? Why?
Because
dramatic.
You scared of heights?
no,
Pretty
I,
dramatic.
I've already said I'm not scared of heights.
Let's leave Idris alone, okay?
Thank you, Velu. He's on my side.
Let's leave her alone.
Idris, you can push your boundaries. It's okay.
You guys have now arrived over to the Satoria Hills area.
I
You've climbed the stairs at this point. When you're talking about fear of heights, Idris, tell me, is there like a little bit of like show from Idris on a fear of heights, or was she serious?
She was serious.
Okay, yeah. So you guys even see like in the climb up, like from like the floor to above, like there's no turn in their composure. So, don't see a reason to push the topic any longer. But you could just make fun of it for the rest of your time. That's also fun. The gateway's open for you to enter to where Laurent's tower is. However, there is like a bridge that goes across from this spire to the next, and that's where the entryway to the skyship Strands are. So you guys are kind of like in between routes right now. There is a couple of automaton guard that are kind of posted outside of Laurent's tower area. The bridge that crosses to the other spire, however, though, is not guarded. You just know that you may not, if you get caught, you might get some trouble for being in the area you're not supposed to be in. So you're making some risks.
Can really push it forward.
As we like get into this area, Ymir, his right hand's gonna sparkle like a silverish gleam, and then he's gonna pat himself on the shoulder, and a shimmer veil is gonna like flow across his body as he casts mage armor. Keep himself a little safe.
Kind of puts a little like sheen of like that glow onto yourself, just to tense the nerves a little bit. You feel more protected, and you're definitely taking on that additional benefit. As you guys arrive, you guys see through the middle spire of Oracle. This is probably the closest that any of you have been to the Arcanium beacon that is basically the center of the city, where most of the power comes from. It's this point where you guys start to hear that little hum, that little like whir of like power that's somewhere inside of the spire. That ooh, something kind of coming from inside. It's in the faint end of your ears. There is, however, near the center, an elevator, and you see that it has arrived down at the bottom. It looks like there's like this glow of magical arcane that lifts like stone up and down, and you see that it's arriving downward, and you're seeing like a bunch of people like exit out of this elevator type of like area. You guys are walking forward, and you see a moment to all jump into this thing and go up.
Let's go.
That is so weird looking.
It seems really
It's
interesting.
like a
and I like
it's like a
interesting
circular
construction.
stone on the ground.
What the heck? I'd love
Cornelia
to
walks
study it.
backwards into it.
Why are you
You're
walking
always trying to be
backwards?
so cool,
What
and I
is
love it.
Carnelian? Look
So-
forward sometimes. My
He's
goodness.
so chill.
Everybody enters.
And then he's gonna get smacked in the
Yes.
face, and he's gonna go, "Huh?
Okay.
I wonder what happened. You weren't looking forward."
I kind of hope that happens.
I don't. You're like really cool. It would really ruin my image of you.
I would say probably on the last step of the group jumping in, you guys start to feel that movement of like standing into an elevator when you start to feel your legs start to be a little more pushed down to the ground and it's heavier because you're lifting. The feeling of basically being elevated up from your space, not at a rapid pace, probably like, I would say maybe 20 feet like at a time. Like it's going at a normal speed for what would be like acceptable, so you guys are not like clinging to the ground and like hoping that the best happens, you know. It's a smooth ride.
On the,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say on the way up. So
It's a long way.
plan for the last time. Who's doing what? Since you guys figured that out.
Father Cruz and Velu are gonna go in.
I don't think I should go in.
It's already been agreed you're going in. As
Yeah,
Mimosa's
no.
talking, he's just gonna casually pull out a bread roll from the sleeve and start eating it.
Can I have some?
Idris is gonna stick her hand out for tax.
Can
Oh
we
my
can we
gosh.
keep talking?
Oh yeah,
Dude.
let's focus.
Breaking off pieces and handing them out.
So
Thank you.
We're
Velo
going.
and oh no, you go.
Me and Velo are going to infiltrate. Well, everybody can. Actually, I don't fucking know what we're doing.
Everyone else is gonna try to stop the ship or something like that.
There we go.
Okay. I
You
figured
guys
out
get
my
information.
version.
You guys get information on. Sorry, let me look at my notes. The Xenophane and why they're doing what they're doing, and figure out why the shipment is there, and blah blah blah. We're gonna try and stop it if a altercation occurs. An altercation occurs, and that's it.
So,
Right.
I feel like our signal word should be. Let me think of something really stupid.
Okay, so you realize how big these ships are. These two are going to go inside the ship and potentially pretend to be another one of them walking around.
I've never
Right.
actually been in one of these ships before.
They're huge.
Oh,
This is my first time seeing a ship.
So if you guys are gonna yell and call out, we're not gonna know if you guys in that ship are doing something like getting caught or something. So there's that. And then
Good.
also, are we just gonna stand outside the ship trying to stop it, or we're probably gonna have to go onto the ship and stop it because the engines are on the ship.
okay.
You guys start to arrive near the top of the skyship Strands. It's a journey up. In the amount of time you've been talking, you still weren't arrived to the top. And it's at this point where you guys are starting to see breaks of glass in the elevator to remind you of the incline upwards. You guys are about more than 1,000 feet up at this point. Like, it is climbed so much just within the last minute that you guys are no longer bound to the ground below you.
Ymir?
Yeah, you guys can look out the
Sorry.
side windows and see everything passing.
Sorry, this place is really beautiful, but at the same time a little bit scary.
What was the guy's name that we interrogated?
We interrogated Ergani.
Okay. So, because my guild has done work with Xenophane before, I can talk and say Organi asked us to help before he was locked up. If that's how we want to get onto the ship with the big group of us. Or we can all try to sneak onto it by ourselves, but I don't know how many entrance ways
I
there are
am
going
not
to be.
sneaking.
Yeah, I see that. Cornelia will look Mimosa up and down.
Me and you could go.
We go, but
And
everyone
you
needs to
could
get
say
on
you
the
hired
ship.
me as muscle.
You three can go. If
Okay.
Mimosa's not sneaking, me, Velu, and Idris.
What are the
Sure.
three that are not on the ship going to do? Because the engine is on the ship.
No, we can sneak in. I think I'm capable of. Wait, actually, hold on. You see Ymir jumps up and down real quick.
Yeah.
I'm capable of
doing?
sneaking. I was just checking my capabilities. Like I didn't know if I was like nimble enough. I'm
Can
not like the most nimble. in
can you
this.
actually, Ymir? Can you make an athletics check for me actually? Because you're jumping in a moving thing right now that's going
no.
upwards.
Oh
And
God!
I'm trying to
You
think
fall
about
on
like
your ass.
what I see actually like
Guidance.
it's different.
Athletics?
Yeah, it's athletics.
Please.
Athletics. I have a -2 to that, so
Guidance.
7.
Guidance.
You can guidance. You can guidance.
Oh, okay. Wait, that's a D4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So an 8.
But, so you land initially, and as you like kind of like put your hands on your hips, you notice that like the back of your heel is kind of standing on one of your friend's feet a little bit. You see Velu, who's kind of like looking at you, who you've kind of landed on his foot a bit, and in order to dodge out of the way, you kind of turn the ankle and you immediately fall to your side. It's you were doing a good thing by not landing on your friend, but you did not prove your point.
I don't think
So-
I'm a.
What were you saying about being sneaky?
Very agile.
Okay.
Interesting.
Don't
I
jump
think-
at
And
all.
it's also hard to, and also at this point, Ymir, it's hard to get up. Right? It's hard for you to stand up.
Please get somebody help me out.
Bubbles is gonna go down.
Yeah,
Really
he's my
embarrassing
man.
and I want to cry.
The gravity's kind of pushing down on you a little bit more than it should. Like it's like you're trying to put yourself up, and it's like you're not moving fast, but it's just really awkward.
It doesn't help he's a string bean, bro.
Mimosa grabs his shirt and just lifts him up.
Okay, thank you so much.
So final 3. Who are going on and who are sneaking?
Maybe
Me,
I should
you,
go
and
with you
Velu.
guys.
Okay, it just sounds like our whole group is going.
I think we should just all do it.
Okay. I will try to talk to the guy, divert attention, and point out you guys if I see his eyes wander to you guys.
Well,
So
you do.
while I
We can
distract
be
him,
pretty convincing.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure.
do we look like criminals?
Well, no comment on that. Most of us could be convincing. Maybe
If
not
this
you,
was
man.
a
Eyes,
criminal,
Idris.
why don't we just pretend that you're prisoners?
no. Why would they have prisoners on the ship?
That's a good point.
Velu, were you gonna say anything?
No,
Oh, I
I'm
heard
just
you.
listening.
Oh,
So, do we want to do? I can try to convince the people that all of us are helping, or I can try to distract the guy by just talking to him and validating my experience, and then just being like, oh, "Okay, well, if they find you guys, I'll be like, oh yeah, they're with me."
I feel like it's better to be honest honest in the lie that we're all together.
Okay.
Yeah, because then what if they find us and we're in like a city location? What are we supposed to do then if they don't know that we're with each other and we're just caught? And
If they start to suspect you later on, it'll only
The
snowball.
elevator arrives at the
Mm.
top now at this point. You guys see that a door not automatically opens, but you do see that there's like a rotating wheel at the top that indicates like when the stone hits the bottom, it hits like a mechanism at the top, and you hear like the different turning of the mechanism on top, and the door kind of slowly like adjusts itself to where you guys can now like enter through to the top. Depicted from the scene we see behind us right now, the only difference is that it is dark outside. The Strands themselves, there's a bunch of basically docks that house many different ships. Most of the ships are what would be like represented almost as if like a sailing ship. A lot of the difference is that instead of like sails, they have like air balloons above them, or maybe if not air balloons, then different glowing power systems that are located in the rudder of the ship itself, basically creating magical liftoff. A lot of these ships are tied down with rope. You see that a lot of them are just kind of pulled into the dock, held down to where they are, and also include like a landing station for them to kind of basically rest themselves upon. As you guys are walking across the docking area, you see immediately from this exit, there is like an open space of like viewing to see all the ships, but there are multiple paths you guys can take. There are basically 3 main paths, and then there's just a bunch of like strands that kind of go off of those areas. So it's a little overwhelming at first. However,
Okay.
I will say, Carnelian and Ymir, both you can make a perception check for me because you know what you're looking
Well,
for.
I was
Guidance.
actually going to announce to everyone what we're looking for so we can all look for it in different areas.
Sure, that's fine. Then it can be a group perception check instead of the two.
Okay.
Everybody gets guidance.
I think you can only
Forever.
grant. I think you can only grant guidance for one person per roll.
It's a cantrip.
If you want to use guidance and forego your perception check, that's fine.
For everyone? That
Well,
would be
you would
good.
give one person
Yeah.
guidance, and then
Everybody will get guidance, and I won't roll.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna roll anyways to see what I would have gotten.
I'd say you'd be busy doing that, but everybody else gets a
I got a
D4.
nat 1.
Well,
I got a
So-
15.
I got a nat 1, guys. I'm glad I didn't roll.
Okay,
7.
7.
Idris and Mimosa need to roll
21.
perception.
I'm so sorry. My audio glitched out. What were we rolling for?
You're rolling a perception check. You're looking
Thank
for
you
something
And you
to
get
look
so
for.
guidance.
much.
And with guidance.
Oh God, 13.
Okay. 21 was the highest roll, but there's a lot of low rolls here. As a group perception check, I wouldn't say you guys succeeded. However, you do feel confident in a path to take. Carnelian and Ymir, you definitely don't see the ship that you were looking for as of now, but maybe it's somewhere down a path. And as you guys are looking, Mimosa, you kind of like immediately turn your attention over to the path on the right, which has like a lot of ships docked currently, more than the other paths, and you just feel confident that better numbers is better odds.
Okay. She also wants to pee.
So Mimosa
I'll
would
say that.
share that information with you.
Okay. Carnelian would lead down the path and look once more for the symbol.
Yeah, you guys keep looking. As that perception keeps like an eye open, I'll let you know whenever you spot something similar. However, as you guys are progressing through the area, the different ships on the left and right have these impressive like feats of like giant, like these are huge ships. You guys really rarely ever see the bottom of a ship that's like docked, but this is like a full-blown like this is huge. Like these are like basically yachts in the sky. I don't know how else to describe it. There's like ships that are meant for commercial flight. Others literally just have like hooks and cranes that are attached to them to pick up cargo and put it into the ships themselves. Others have like different symbologies and different names on the ships. It's all in different like languages. There's runes that kind of overlight the wooden dock frame to keep sturdy and maintain. A lot of this is actually elemental magic. It's mostly the it's like primordial languages that some of you guys may be familiar with.
Can I read?
Mm-hmm. A lot of it comes from, ironically, actually, a lot of it comes from like the air language. Most of these elevation runes that come from the different ship docks like are commands for the ship to elevate. Like it's actual like timed rune stones for elevation and secure landing, and there's even ones for fire to set off ignition. It's very strategic and Boolean in nature, where it's like, if this is true, do this, and they're like chain reacting off one another. Ymir, if you were taking notes right now, you'd be learning right now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, you'd be
Oh,
learning right now
he-
about how basically to create liftoff using like air runes. This is very interesting to you because these are huge items.
He is like mesmerized. He actually kind of forgets what they're doing as he stands there and writes down notes.
Yeah, a lot of magic integrated into this world that you guys are in, and coming to realize it. I like to say this, Velu. Can I have you make a history check for me?
Sure. And I'll make a history check for you.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be 10.
A 10?
Yes.
I guess a part of you're looking at ships as well, because it is interesting for you too. Like, this is still a magical feat. Um, However, you're looking at some of these ships, and some of them don't look like they have like different like parts on them that would like be kind of like ostentatious, you know? Like they're like gaudy or like kind of symbolic of like maybe where they come from. You pass by a certain ship that has like emblems of jackrabbits all over it, and you kind of like stare at it for a second, and you're like looking at it for a moment, see the gold encrusting and like different like hexa hexagonal like glyphs that are all over and like kind of protecting like the whole like air sail is like blue like glyphs that like kind of like ignite and go like around the ship like a shield. You notice this, and like you keep on looking around at these different like gaudy nations, and you kind of come to the realization that maybe the people you're looking for have some type of like calling card or something. But you see like interesting ships as you pass. Carnelian, the symbol.
Mhm.
The You kind of walk up to the end of the dock at this point. You pass a lot of ships, no symbol. The moment you kind of like get to the end, you kind of stare off for a moment. There are ships on the other docks that you could investigate. However, none of the ships on the left and right that you have passed have none of them showed that symbol anywhere present on the ship itself. However, there are moments that you could try here. I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm looking real quick. I think it's just you. You're the
I
only
also have a passive
no,
14 perception.
you do have passive 14 perception, but I will say that you also got a glimpse of the direct like image that was on the back of this dude's neck. And you know exactly what you're looking. Out of everybody here, you're the only one that really knows exactly what it looks like. So you keep in mind that there are people who may have these tattoos on them that would be familiar. So you kind of put that together in a moment, and you kind of like scratch your head a bit, and maybe what you should have been looking for was people and not necessarily ships.
Okay.
But
As we walk
yeah.
back down the dock, then I will be looking at the people.
Yeah, there's
pay
not
more
very
attention
many
to
up here right now. It's late at night. It's not a lot of ships leave at night, but there are people who are getting on like getting off of certain ships or like working.
Well,
Make
could I
it.
use my knowledge to
I was gonna
help me
say
make
you can
the
make.
roll for like?
You can.
We know that they're loading and about to leave, so they're probably loading stuff or taking off stuff before they go.
The one person you're looking for wants to be conspicuous, and I think you and your background, you know how to spot when someone's trying to obfuscate themselves, like trying to like not be seen, because you're the expert at it. So I'll say with that, you can make an insight check, basically kind of like deeming into each of the people that you're looking at and seeing which one of them's not wanting to be recognized.
Advantage or no?
I don't know. I would say make the argument for me for advantage.
For which one? Insight?
Yeah.
Well, like you said, I'm pretty much a professional at this, and I got a lot of details from investigating that dude and seeing the tattoo for myself to kind of insight on the person. If they're being somewhat suspicious, what like at all,
Yeah.
then I can also get that uh advantage of looking at if they have that mark on their back to help me
I agree.
point them out from others.
That I think that's more than fair, and I think that with that you can actually additionally, when you roll your number, I want you to add +5 to whatever you roll, including
Okay.
the bonus.
Okay. So advantage and then also that?
Yes. Get a little additional bonuses.
25.
25 total. In passing, there are some people who, you know, when you try to bump into somebody and they'll usually try to avoid you, you know, like when you're walking in a direct middle of the path and someone's walking in the middle and one of you like has to make the decision on whether to cut or not. There's one person that you're noticing who is walking around everybody, not trying to touch anybody. Like you see that they are purposefully not trying to entangle with anybody, and they are currently walking in the direction of a ship that's nearby.
I'll follow my eyes on them towards the ship.
You kind of look over, you see that there's a hood up, a chin kind of pokes out from the face. And it's not until they lower the hood down, you see the elven ears that point off to the left and right, black hair kind of following afterwards, and they're starting to climb up the ship.
Okay. I'm gonna look over at Idris and ooh. Wait, who has I have a sending scroll, right? Thing. I think I have one that it just gave me earlier.
Okay.
So I want to say it's a little late, but I forgot to. I'll quickly jot down a. Is there a message limit?
25 words.
Okay. Oh God, what is this place called again?
The skyship Strands.
Okay. Criminals leaving now at Skyship Strands. I'll describe what their ship looks like and which dock we parted off from. And then I will close it up, and I want to send it to the Centaur Augur.
Okay. You label it, fold it. What does it look like when it leaves your hand?
I actually want to, before it leaves my hand, I want to like stuff it in my gun without like any ammunition or anything, and shoot it off into the sky without it really making a noise as it like forms into like not necessarily a bullet, but a really sharp cone with jagged edges, and it just flies off.
The animation of taking the letter and stuffing it into your weapon is a little daunting for maybe some of you who might watch this. But you see, like, you aim the weapon, and without even having to pull the trigger, like as if it were firing out of it, it just shoots out, and you see it disappear off into the night.
Okay. I'm gonna look back at everyone else. This is the ship we're climbing. I know this is the ship. I just sent off a message for Centaur Augur because this looks like a really big task, and if we can't do it, they will come in and help us.
The
So,
least we can do is stall.
yeah, right.
I think we
'Cause
can at
you
least
guys
manage
don't
that.
want to crash the ship, so
We don't have to crash the ship, but I am also completely okay with murder. Was that weird? Did I say something weird?
No,
A
no,
little bit.
I mean,
no. It's
Ymir,
My
no,
bad.
I am down.
My bad.
you want to
I
try
didn't know
to
what.
help these
Use the
people.
wrong joke for friend grouping.
Uh,
my,
it's a little new.
my bad. It's we're
So-
getting weird.
Follow behind me. Carnelian's gonna start climbing up the ship.
You start to climb up. It's intermixed as well, Carnelian. There are other people still arriving and going onto the ship as well as you are climbing up. You can take note of them if you like. However,
Yeah.
you don't see that same demeanor that you saw climbing up into the ship from these people. So you don't know like what their details are really, other than maybe like some physical, like what they look like. Like some elvish, some there's looks like maybe like a half orc or two on here, humans, just a sparsity of different species. The arrival onto the ship, you get on. Who else is following? Everybody's following on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Getting and climbing onto the ship is the equivalent of like walking up like a dock set of stairs and just walking on from the plank side. You guys just kind of arrive and just get onto the ship. Kind of doing the maneuver of like, if I act like I'm here, I'm supposed to be here. Your eyes are still following that target, Carnelian, and you kind of lost sight of them as they entered to the ship. However, you guys all stand on the dock side of the ship, kind of standing here looking around. There's someone kind of behind you, like moving past you to get to where their area was, and you see at the top there's a captain of some sort who's currently like looking over the docks and kind of like immediately like makes eye contact with the rest of your group and looks like they're about to start heading down this way.
Okay. I'd say who's someone that can just branch off and look a way to shut them off as I talk to the captain. Who wants to branch off right now? Go ahead and do it. Well, only one. Please,
I'm-
somebody.
Branch
Goodbye.
off or what? Oh,
Goodbye.
Okay, Ymir, turn off the
Ymir
engine.
disappears. Ymir, you vanish. Make a stealth check.
Can I use Bongo to help me?
I don't know. I don't think you can actually. Matter of fact, I think you need to roll a stealth check for Bongo as well.
Okay, well he's good at that.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll say if his is high enough, it helps you,
His is 21.
and then you can roll yours.
Mine is 19.
Okay, yeah, you two are fine. You kind of just back off a little bit, and you see like as the vision of your friends kind of disappears, you guys are on top of a ship. I don't know why that didn't switch fast, but you guys are on top of a ship.
So you said also Carnelian notices that the captain like spotted us and is like walking towards us.
Yeah, it's pretty quick in motion.
Okay, Carnelian will nod his head to the captain and walk forwards towards him to
Yeah.
like meet him in the
You
middle.
meet him, and then the four of you are kind of like just standing there for a moment. You guys have your means of what you wish to do. I'm going to go ahead and have Ymir disappear from the scene as he backs off into stealth, and we're gonna see what Carnelian has to say. You guys are within distance to still hear Carnelian and his conversation until you guys decide to step away. But Carnelian approaching you looks to be it's a male. It's a Goliath. He's tall, but he's not like imposing in his nature. He's definitely like more of he's just a helm of somebody. Like he's a face. You kind of approach, look over, and he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Are you lost?"
I was wondering what needed help with on the ship because I was sent here for service.
Are you with like the Travelers Guild? Like what's going on? Like who are you with?
I am with. I always forget this name. Volcom.
Kind of like looks at you. It's like, I don't remember putting out an ad for Volcom. Hold on, let me talk to my first mate. You come with me. And it's like, Carnelian, you're now pulled away with this
I'm
captain.
gonna put a thumbs up behind me, trying to signal, "Hey guys, go," and then I'll follow him.
Yeah, you disappear from the scene. You four are left to your vices. Is there anything you guys are trying to do?
What do we do now?
You guys are on a
Well,
ship, and
let's
those two left.
look for shady people. They'd probably be somewhere deep within the ship.
I say we start wandering around.
Okay. Aimlessly
I second
wandering
that.
around. I love it. You guys can all go ahead and you guys can use any role you want. Tell me how you're using your skill, and I'll let you know what that DC is for what you're trying to do. But if you want to try to sway it in a certain way that benefits to you, that is fine. Like if you want to be charismatic and talk to people, if you want to look around,
wanna
be
do that.
perceptive, like any means of how you wish to look. So if you're gonna go and just talk to people, Father Cruz, you can go ahead and just make me a charisma check.
Okay. $14, but you know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Please don't be shit. 18.
18. Okay.
I'd like to do a perception check and just I'd kind of like to just observe the people nearby, see if I see anything
Mimosa's
that
doing
kind
the
of sticks out.
same thing.
Both of you
Yeah,
can roll
eyebrows,
perception.
mean mugging.
My antisocial son.
But it's more like Idris is more like waving randomly at people.
And Mimosa's just imposing like a bodyguard style to you
Yeah,
almost.
yeah.
Yeah, both of you can roll perception.
Ooh, 23.
Okay.
Well,
Velu is gonna probably investigate around.
Yeah, make an
The ship.
investigation check. I would say, is there any specific places that you want to check first? Like it'd be like you could go down into the crew cabin. You can go investigate near the captain's quarters, maybe the top of the ship where the sails are, the birds. Like it can be anywhere on the ship.
Probably like down where the crew
Okay.
area is. But before he walks off by himself, he's gonna drag Mimosa along
Okay.
with him.
Okay.
Mimosa and Velu will go and check things out. You can roll your investigation check.
Okay.
But I am going to leave you from the scene for the moment.
24.
24. Okay. Let's start with Father Cruz. In your conversations, they're brief. A lot of people aren't. Some don't speak common, and then others are just kind of around and having conversations already. So you're trying to find a good moments to like interlude into those conversations, and you do get into a couple. Just in brisk overhearing of things, you come to find that a lot of the people on this ship have been invited to this ship. Like it was
who invited them?
Yeah, you start asking around. It's like, well, the captain.
Who is this captain?
He wasn't really like he didn't share his name. He just kind of, we met him and brought us up. Did you get invited?
I was invited by a friend, but they were probably invited by that
That's
same
cool.
captain.
Yeah, that's cool. You know where we're going?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
You've been told?
No. I mean, it's a free ride. It's hard to get on these things, but I don't want to be
You
here.
must be going somewhere pretty important.
Yeah, I don't want to be here.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
I just have bad history.
Did they tell you? Did they force you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I feel like I came out of my own volition. I mean, it was an opportunity. I don't have anything tethering me down here. Do you?
Not really. Where you heading?
Just kind of shrugs his shoulders. it's like, well, wherever the wind takes us, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good outlook on life.
The other guy's like, well, wherever we're going, I hope it's somewhere fucking hot. It's getting cold out.
I see what I know what you mean.
It's like he just kind of like spits out the side of the ship and just flies into the distance.
Why?
That's kind of all the information you find. Is you just find out that some of the other people on the ship don't know where they're going and got invited strangely. Idris, in your perception, you're taking like that wave-friendly wave. But you do pick out the people who aren't waving back. The people who are like focusing and like kind of moving like left to right on the ship doing work. And there's this one person who you wave to that kind of like gives you eyes, but it's the eyes of I'm familiar and have to avoid you. With that high enough perception, you glance off of a person that has seen you before. This has a elvish face.
Ain't no way, bro. Can I approach them?
Sure. You start to approach. We're going to switch from your scene and go look at somebody else right now, though. Let's get Ymir going on. Ymir, you're stealthing around, and eventually you do find your way down to where the kind of the power sources are for this ship. It's underneath the crew cabin. It's actually near the rudder area. There's actually what typically wouldn't be here for you. There's a cargo hold typically, but instead of a cargo hold, you just see a lot of like tubes. Like you see a lot of like things that are leading to the back of the ship where it propels the ship and kind of sends up signals, and you see inscribed in like coppers and silvers, there's like metal tubes that kind of float around, almost like steam vents. You kind of go through and you're kind of ducking under some of these things and moving around the ship, and it's until some point you arrive at a dial and you see that there's a temperature index on the dial that kind of has a temperature reading of like certain degrees. You see over to the right of it, you also see that there is something kind of blocked from you. You see that there's some kind of glowing like radiant thing that this thing is gauging upon, and it looks like it's a heat source of some kind. You have a strong feeling that this might be some type of power source. However, you aren't entirely sure.
Can I look into the notes that I wrote before getting onto the ship
Mhm.
for any like clues
Yeah, sure.
to the runes?
You can probably just use an raw intelligence check. I'll say you can use your advantage because you're using your book, which you took notes on before with.
Okay, cool. Because I got a nat one.
Oh, God.
16.
16. Some of the runic symbols on these pipes like indicate same primordial senses, but there are some on here that don't. And a lot of these actually come through as draconic. And you looking at some of the spells here, and you do realize that some of these are actual legitimate, like, these look like these are fail-safe spells. It looks like there's 3 specific runes that are fail-safes for this. So you looks like you might have to like disarm these things in order for the actual engine to be manipulated in some way. You get the sense that because you made this check, you prevented yourself from basically getting some type of like trap.
Okay.
Like there's fail safes and contingencies for failures. So it looks like they have 3 engine failures before they like basically lose power. You could try dispelling these. You could, a dispel magic would work. However, you also can just mess with the pipe orientations potentially and just figure it out.
I don't have a spell magic, so
Okay.
I will begin. I'll ask Bongo. So there's no storage area, you said, right?
Not really. Yeah, there's supposed to be like storage, like where you're standing, but it's instead just all filled with like pipes and like different technology that like kind of makes this thing go.
I'll start messing with the steam pipes. I have a question. If I were to succeed in stopping this thing from flying, does it fall from the sky immediately? Like, is it flying right now?
You do not know. It is not. It's not flying right now. It is currently staged on the dockside, held together with some ropes, and there's also like a landing pad. However,
Okay.
it is on that pad physically. You don't know if there's anything like propping it up magically or anything like that. Like you don't know what kind of impacts this may have outside of just being a ship in the sky.
Fuck around, find out. All right, I'm gonna mess with some steam pipes
All right.
for the time being.
You start pushing some stuff around. I'm gonna say that takes a little bit of time for you to do. We'll return to you on some. Actually, just go ahead and make one roll for me. This roll is actually going to be a tools check for you. You're using your alchemist tools.
Okay. Do I have like a plus to anything or what's
Your
the vibe?
proficiency bonus, yeah.
Okay, so 17.
17. Yeah, you managed to like kind of move one of the it's like an air intake from the outside. You kind of push it and you immediately feel like the suction of vacuum just disappears and you see one of the runes disappear. And you're kind of like nodding to yourself like, okay, this could work. And you keep going to work on that. We're gonna move from you. I'm gonna say we're gonna do Carnelian last actually.
Aww.
Yours is gonna be interesting. Velu and Mimosa. You two kind of go down to the crew cabins. Start looking around. Your investigation check, what you made, and I'm also gonna use a little bit of your perception. The different types of like people who are like kind of commandeering onto the ship and doing stuff. There's 5 different like bunks and areas that are separated out. Your investigation leads you, Velu, to kind of investigate over to like where someone has left their stuff behind. And you see like an open like bunked area where someone has put like a bag down and left it monitored.
I take it, I grab it, and I look through it.
Yeah, you kind of open up. There's some like parchments in here. There's no books. It just looks like some loose papers and as well as like you see a kind of some gold in here as well. you find that there is about 50 gold in here.
Mimosa, you want 50 gold?
Yes.
Oh my god, you should totally. Here, look. I give them the bag. There's 50 gold in there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you guys are like rifling
Wait,
through
why are you giving this?
the papers kind of like have all like kind of ruffled out onto like the bunk that's here. Some of them are understandable. With your investigation, Velu, you notice that some of these are invitations.
Invitations onto the ship?
Basically, you see like there's like addresses kind of sent at the top of them. These aren't like sending scrolls. These are like normal like letters. You see that the letters have been sent towards certain addresses, and it makes remarks towards you want a free escape from this world here. If you think that they found you, come tonight.
Oh, okay.
You know, like it was like an open invitation. It looks like, and you see at the bottom it just says the captain, and it has that same symbol on it that Carnelian was describing to you. That circle, three lines, and then like a solar type of sun symbology at the top of it.
Okay. Are you gonna take the 50 gold or not?
I did.
Okay. I'll put the bag back down. Do the papers specifically say like a certain person? It's just an open invitation towards anyone.
Says the captain.
Okay.
And then it has like the note goes into details about go to the decisive Strands, look for the ship with blah blah blah, or like find the Goliath captain. Like it talks a little bit about like how to find what you're looking for.
Okay.
So you're just kind of like there's a couple of these letters and you're looking at them. There's like 3 of them on here in this bag alone.
Okay.
Yeah, you find that
Let me
odd.
Let me just put the bag down and look around for other stuff.
Yeah, you see some people who are in
He's
their
just
bunks.
lifting things. He's moving them around.
Yeah.
Why are you moving the shit around?
You're moving some stuff.
I don't know. Maybe you'll see something under it that I don't.
In lifting one thing up, you do see that there's like kind of like a burst of like something from the crate. You see that the crate's bottom is not necessarily super sturdy. And you see kind of like something like falling down from like an open part of the crate, kind of like a gap where the crate's not sealed all the way. You see kind of like rolling onto the ground, some beads like ball bearings start kind of falling onto the ground. It's starting to kind of like slowly like just like kind of all fall towards the ground. Velu, you see this. Mimosa, you're just holding the box and there's ball bearings falling.
He's gonna flip it the other way around and slowly put it down.
Yeah, you flip it and then put it down. Yeah, just like a lot of like rolling metal like things on the ground, just like as the ship is like staying there. Just they kind of just roll and disappear.
You think if I chucked this hard enough, it'll put a hole in the wall?
What is wrong with you?
I was just wondering.
Maybe, yes, but you shouldn't.
I was just gonna grab like 2 of them and put them in his pocket.
You guys grab it. There's a couple of people down here in the crew cabins. You see people who are like sleeping. You see like families down here too. Like there's some people who are just like their kids are like inside of these like nets, and like there's someone who's like kind of like nervously, anxiously like standing there looking around, kind of like sees you two, but like doesn't pay any mind. But they're like kind of looking around anxiously, like they're waiting. And then you see a couple others like there's people who are just like vibing around one area, just kind of like playing a game of some type, like maybe like dice or something. And everybody's just kind of like in this hold and just waiting.
Balu's gonna go to the person that's anxious and talk to him
Well,
or her.
It's a her. It looks like a mother. It's a what's the name of those things? I'm trying to think of the species name. This is what you guys would know as a ladron. It's kind of like an elemental, like fae creature. They're a summer Eladrin. So like the little like warm to the touch and kind of they have like a radiance to them basically, and they're just kind of cross their arms. They're dulled at this moment. Their eyes are kind of wide and open, looking around. You approach Velu.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't know you.
I don't know you either, but you seem anxious.
No, it's fine. I just want to leave.
You want to leave here?
But I don't want to go back. I just want to go. I want this ship to take off.
Why?
Well, the more I'm here, the he kind of looks at you for a second. It's like, why do you care?
Does he look scared?
Aren't you here for the
I
same
just
reason?
wanna. Maybe.
What? Make a
Yeah.
deception check.
Okay. Where's deception? Do 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 do. Don't fail me now, roll. No, that one.
That one. She kind of looks at you a little coldly, more cold than she could look, and just says, "How about we just mind your business?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll leave you to it.
Take care of
And
your
then
own."
Belu walked off.
Just kind of like turns away and looks to their kids and like the cots and just kind of like puts a hand on them. As you walk back, Mimosa, so you're kind of like you put the crate down. You're looking left and right. You don't see anything interesting per se in the cargo with your perception, but like you're starting to look at the like what Velu has like brought to your attention of this bag and the invitations and the people, and you can try to decipher as much of that as you want, but there's an obvious anxiety upon the ship, and you start to get that passive like feeling as well.
Mimosa still has his lamp, and it's on. Noticing that he's gonna like look over at like the lady, the little kids, and then look at Venu. Venu. Not Ven. Why am I saying Venu? Velu.
Mispronouncing my name, I see.
Don't.
Known you
Don't.
for like what, a day?
It's even funnier. They never got it right.
Yes.
We came
You're-
onto this ship assuming, it'd be full of criminals, but I don't think that's the case.
I don't think so either.
I think these people are just looking for a way out. I'm wondering. I don't know. There's something fishy about it.
Yeah.
I don't think these people are safe if they stay here. I mean, they're looking for desperate people.
Yeah.
You're gonna cut from your guys' scene, and we're gonna arrive to Carnelian. You're with the captain right now, Carnelian. He's walking over to meet the first mate, but in the walk over, it's like, we didn't hire Volcom, so at least I don't think I did, but our first mate might have. I don't see why we would need additional hands. We're pretty well stacked right now.
It wasn't an ad in the paper. I was requested by someone that I don't seem to see on the ship.
It's like, I don't understand, but okay. And it's kind of like continues to keep walking. You're noticing that he's taking you over to like where the captain's like quarters are, which is basically at the very back top of the ship. He goes to the door and he goes to open it. Inside, you do see that there is a blue dragonborn, like kind of standing inside.
Is that one that I've seen before?
Not you've seen before now.
Blue dragon board, blue dragon.
Is it like I remember I haven't seen that one before.
As you're like continuing to talk with them, you see the dragonborn turns over, has like a feminine form. They kind of look over at you, Carnelian, and look over at the captain. It's like, well, what's going on? It's like, did you hire Volcom to assist? Like, Volcom? No. What? And like Carnelian, you're kind of looking over and you're seeing like some radiant, kind of like you're seeing like eyes of like they're crow's eyes on a dragon. It's very squinty, and they're kind of matching to yours as well. They wear like this garb of like they're wearing like plate mail, but the plate mail is a little dirtied and like not necessarily kept up. They kind of walk over and start approaching over to you on the opposite side of the room. The captain is at the door, kind of preventing you from like immediately like dashing if you wanted to, but he's not preventing you from like trying to leave. He's just a big person.
Okay.
So he's been walking with you, and as soon as you get over here, the blue dragon walks over. It's like, "What's your name?" He kind of just stares into you a little bit.
My name's Carnelian.
Carnelian. And who told you about this thing that we have going on here?
A green, yellow-eyed dragonborn. He didn't give me his name.
Why would someone tell you about this ship? You didn't get an invitation.
I was told by them, but I don't seem to find them on the ship right now.
Kind of like grits the teeth a little bit. It makes me wonder. Okay. What are you here for? What are you trying to do?
Whatever help that was requested, really. Like, what do you guys need?
He didn't tell you what you're helping with.
No. I just do the job and get paid and then move on. I keep my mouth shut.
That's interesting. He just kind of looks over at the captain. It's like, I'm sure you can find some work for Volcom on our trip. And the captain kind of like says, yeah, I guess we can use some extra hands in the ship helm. What gives us a few extra breaks. Can you do a couple shifts for a couple of days? You seem to be able.
Yeah, what does that consist of, so I know?
Just mainly keeping watch, but also being able to respond to anybody trying to mess with the rudder.
Okay. Where are we taking off to?
A couple destinations. Our first stop's going to be over by Halabar.
Halabar. Okay. And you want me for this whole trip?
I mean, there's not unless you want to get off on your first stop, which is Halavar, but we're gonna be making a few stops.
I'm okay with staying the whole trip as long as I get paid for each jump.
Looks over. It's like, we'll figure it out since you're here
Okay.
anyways. And just like he starts walking out, you start to fall behind. From behind you hear, Carnelian, this green dragonborn, were they being followed? Were you following them, or how did they find you?
We met up in a tavern.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you, Carnelian.
Pleasure to meet you too. He'll kind of like tip his head even though he doesn't got a hat, and then he'll walk out.
Yeah, you walk out. The captain of the ship kind of grabs you on the shoulder. He starts walking with you. I would say at this point you do see Idris and Father Cruise on the deck of the ship. The rest of the people are scattered. Carnelian, as you're approaching, you see Idris and Father Cruise have been like conversing and talking and so. The captain grabs you on the shoulders like, so I'm assuming the rest of this is your Volcom associates.
Trainees, yeah.
Okay. Bring them down. Show them how to take care of like sentry duty, and I would recommend that they don't all stay down there. We can't have too much weight bearing on the ship.
Okay.
Ymir,
Where
I need you
specifically
to.
are we going?
Ymir, I need you to make a Arcana check.
I can do that. Nat 20.
Not 20.
Let's go.
That's so
Nat 20
raw.
plus
That's
4,
so
24.
raw.
I think it's at this point you're realizing that the runes that are inscribed onto here, these preventative like runes, are fail safes. not just for the engine, but also for the stability of the ship. As you break the second rune, you notice that there's a noticeable like difference in your stance as gravity a little shifts to the right. There is one more rune though in order for you to disable the entire ship. But you do notice on that second rune break, the stability of the ship is a little like you no longer have that free movement that you used to have.
He's gonna put his hands on the next rune and he's gonna close his eyes. He's like, okay, I'm probably gonna cause so much chaos and maybe a little bit of death. Bongo, tell Carnelian the ship's about to blow.
And
Bongo
like just like goes and just like,
Oh god.
like starts chasing over. Father Cruise and Idris, you're standing there. You see Mimosa and Velu who have come back up from the cargo, from not the cargo, the crew cabins, and have arrived. And all that's left is Ymir, who is missing. But it's at this moment, Carnelian and the rest of you, and the whole entire ship starts to feel that wobbliness.
I'm assuming the captain's still with me now.
Yeah, Captain's standing there. He's just looking around. It's like,
This
well,
is this normal?
no, go down there and check it.
Okay. Carnelian will run down.
He kind of looks at all the rest of you standing there. Well, go.
Come on, guys.
Oh, right. Sorry. We all follow.
You guys all rush down. Velu and Mimosa, who had just climbed back upstairs, are now climbing back downstairs.
I hate stairs.
There's a lot of stairs.
You'll be okay.
You guys get down to the point where Ymir is. Ymir, you're on the last one, and you are currently attempting to move one of the pipes over to stop the energy of the ship. I need you to make a strength check for me, because this requires you to actually break the piping in order to break this one.
I cannot do that.
If you,
As we approach
if
him,
you-
can we help him?
here's the thing. With the information that you guys have gathered here, the ship wobbling is not a good sign. However, it could stop the ship from going. So, I'm going to say this. Ymir, they are approaching. You can hear them approaching. And you're not sure if it's them or people like coming after you. So, do you think Ymir would go faster and try to break it sooner? Or do you think Ymir will wait and see who it is? Knowing that they sent
I
Bongo.
feel like Ymir just sent Bongo. No one knows he's down here, but the ship is shaking. So
you can, if you want it to be full intuition, you can make it a wisdom
if
check.
I fail, what happens?
But, you know,
You blow up instead.
you don't know. You don't know what will happen. You're just assuming that if you
Knowing
turn
that
things
it's a
off,
strength check, I think Ymir's just gonna hide me.
Yeah.
once he notices that he has to use his body for, he's like, oh, that was all I could do.
Yeah.
That's my extent.
so the first one,
Ymir's spaghetti arms can't do it.
the first one was an intake of like air, so you were able to like mess with that and like basically pop the vacuum for that. The second one was an Arcana check to basically like maneuver the rune in a certain way to no longer work the way it's supposed to. And then the last one's like a literal pipe that's in the way. So as you go to hide, your stealth still engaged. The rest of you walk in here, don't see anybody in here, but you look over to the right and you see like this glow to the corner, like kind of dodging and ducking under some of these pipes in the room. You see over there's like a runic symbol, and then the engine's kind of like flaring, just like a woo, 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 woo.
Do I see them now?
Oh yeah, you see them.
Oh my god, hi guys, and he'll pop out of nowhere. Oh jeez, this place is really cool. The mechanisms are beautiful. I'm almost done, but I'm really, really weak, and I really need somebody to like break this shit. But when we do that, the whole place is gonna fall. Like
Everyone looks at
going
Mimosa.
What in
Um,
God tarnation
okay.
are you doing?
Let's do it like this then. We want to keep it unstable, but we don't want to fully repair or fully break it. We want to keep it so that they can't take off. I mean, I'm down to
Well,
crash it, but
You haven't
again,
break it,
We
you
will
might
all
break it.
die.
I'm gonna say
Given-
that I need since Velu's down here now, I want Velu to make an actual history check for me on this.
Okay.
Because I think Velu.
All right, bro, just
Okay.
make the check.
oh god.
I'm just clearing my throat.
With a dice roll.
Damn. Oh my god.
Grab
Man's throwing the dice in
Nice.
his mouth.
9, Jacob.
9. You felt like you might have had information that would have been helpful in this scenario, but now you're kind of lost to the reasoning behind of making the ship wobble or not taking off. You're not entirely sure what the impact of that would be. So you get a little lost in the information, but then again, there's a lot going on.
Me personally, we should not break the pipe. I feel like if we do, we're
Why
all
is
gonna die.
this the wrong ship? What info did you guys get?
Nothing.
I'm not 100% sure that this is the ship, but there is something suspicious
You-
about the ship.
Oh yeah,
There's
definitely.
me and
Oh, well.
Mimosa both found that like there's a bunch of people like that have anxiety and they're like scared and they're ready to take off. I don't
Okay.
know.
So,
Hmm.
any other information?
We found out that everybody who's here doesn't really know why they're here.
Oh, I
Okay.
also saw someone who's somewhat familiar. Really couldn't put a face to the name, or a name to the face, I should say. But I've seen them before, and they've seen me, and they be lines away from me.
That's
Okay.
not good.
You need to go now and find that person. Okay. I'm gonna need
I'd say
Ymir and Velu.
I was gonna say,
Go ahead.
Idris, in your pursuit of that person, I will say you did lose them as far as like they were kind of going. You just recognize the face. However, I will say because you already clocked that person and what they're wearing, you could definitely find them again. It wouldn't be difficult for you to find them again.
Okay, so what do I say to that captain if he sees me back up there?
Tell him it was under my command. I told him that you're all trainees.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
If you want to take someone with you, you can. I think.
Wait. Okay. What did you find, Carnelian?
I talked to the captain, and the captain seemed to believe my story. There was a first mate, which was a blue dragonborn.
Blue Dragonborn? What was their name?
I didn't get a name.
Well, the only Blue Dragonborn info that we have is one of the infiltrator that used to be an auditor named Hannah.
Okay. Were
And
they feminine, Jacob?
they were
Yeah, they were a female dragonborn.
Okay. That might be the person then. Okay.
which means that this is the correct ship
Okay.
of being bad,
I
and we cannot let them get out of here.
All of you guys, without needing to make a perception check, feel motion of the ship. Just a like
Okay.
there's a movement, and it's kind of shaky for a second, and you guys start to wobble.
Okay. So this is what we need to do. We need to repair the ship in a way that it's easy to break again, because it is our job, from what the captain thinks, to fix this. This is what we're here for, okay? So, Ymir, if you can repair what you did in a way that we can easily break it again, and then you stay down here and you watch, okay? You send your feline friend, not feline, your monkey friend.
Which, by the
He'll
way,
stay
has
with me.
returned to you, Ymir.
Oh, hi,
If-
Bongo.
Okay, Bongo, that's the
I'm
name.
a little confused here. We're gonna go with them? Like they're going to leave?
We're not gonna go
No,
with them,
we're
but we want to
stalling.
stall as much as we can. So the idea here is you're staying here and you're watching this place. You're gonna repair it in a way so where they can't take off. Bongo is gonna be on my shoulder, okay? I'm gonna look for a suspicious person that had me to believe this was the ship. I'm gonna go talk to them, okay?
I'm gonna be clear with you. I don't know how to repair this thing. I know how to break it. I'm good at breaking things. The
We'll
rune.
reverse what you did.
I'm not gonna reverse what I did because
I
that's
can
a little more complicated.
probably-
I feel as though we just keep somebody strong. The last thing to do to like, it's gonna take longer to break it again if we repair it. We should not repair it. We should leave it as it is right now, and then somebody just like domino effect. Boom, we're done. Like it's just a,
The problem there is the captain thinks that's our job to fix it, and we all came down here to fix it. So if we don't fix it and he sees us leaving, that's a problem, and we're suspicious. So we need to figure out a way where we can repair at least stop it from wobbling so much. It doesn't need to go anywhere. We just need to stop from wobbling. Whoever can do that needs to do that. I need to seek out my person, and then Idris needs to seek out their person, and you said to fully break it, we need someone strong. Carnelian will look at Mimosa, so Mimosa can stay down here with someone.
I'll stay with you, Mimosa, but I'm a little off about this. I don't. Okay, you guys go stall. If it goes and we're stuck with these people,
If you feel it
like,
starts to take off, break it.
okay, but what was that wobble just now? Like,
It's
was that it
unstable.
taking off?
No,
Okay.
it is just unstable.
Yeah,
I'm
the
assuming.
the wobbling that you guys are feeling. I assume. Yeah, that's gonna. You guys have no clue. You guys have to get outside and see what's going on.
Okay. Here's what I'll do then. Bongo stays with me. If it's taking off, I'll send Bongo back down as soon as you see Bongo break it.
Okay.
Fine.
And then Father Cruz, if you can find out a way to talk to the first mate, which is that blue dragonborn, because I feel like you are the most charismatic person, then
What would you like me
just
to
need
ask?
I have no idea. Ask questions if you really want to. You can make yourself look suspicious so they keep an eye on you so you can keep an eye on them.
You just want me to draw their attention?
I need you to keep that blue dragonborn in sight because that dragonborn is our lead. This ship was our lead, that's our new lead.
All right.
So who? Wait. So I'm just asking: are we repairing this thing so it stabilizes or not?
We need
I
to
say someone
stabilize
just
it.
lies. Somebody say, I mean, we fixed it as much as we could or something. I don't. It.
We can pretend like we're going to ask for more help or something. But
well, I can talk to the
parts-
first mate under that pretense.
good. You do that, and if anyone else that's leaving gets asked, then someone is already working on it. Okay?
Okay. Does everybody have a job?
Yes.
Velu?
No, I'm not. I don't have anything.
Velu, go with Idris to help Idris out find this person, just in case they're hostile.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
What?
break.
Go team.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, break!
All right, who's staying down at the ship? Anybody? Is
Me and
anybody?
Mimosa.
Is you and Mimosa? Okay, just making sure. I need to do you guys first. As you guys are down here, the shake happens again as your friends are leaving. The little like wobble shake. Ymir, you're not sure if like you caused this or if there's something else going on. But Mimosa, you kind of like grab onto like something like a pipe and you hold onto it to like get stability. I need you to make a strength check.
Okay. $18.
18. The pipe comes off.
It comes off.
Yeah, like you
Oh, yeah,
pull
you
off
stopped the
you
ability.
not the same pipe that Ymir is working on. This is just something different. Like you just pull off a pipe and now there's steam kind of erasing from this pipe. The rune doesn't go away, Ymir. So this is just something different. Like
Oops.
it looks up and you're holding like a pipe in your hand, like copper piping. You try pushing it back to where it was, but you have bent it to the point where it no longer can be placed back, and you just have this constant steam going out.
This is annoying.
Ymir just has his arms crossed and he like kind of side eyes you, and he looks back to what he's already done to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really. I feel on edge, Mimosa. I don't know about all this.
I think we're gonna be fine.
Something super sketch.
Well, obviously something sketchy, but I think with all the sketchiness, we will be fine.
I feel like we're giving a big window, and what if this thing takes off and we break it? We fall from the sky and die.
Well, let's just not break it. Break
But
it
then
a
it takes
little
off.
bit.
I feel like you guys don't understand the inner workings of this ship.
I have never
Like at
been-
all.
Yeah,
And I'm
Ymir,
trying to-
Ymir, you've drawn a full sketch of the ship at this point, and you're like looking at it like that doesn't work that way. You're like pointing
just-
it together, and Miss is like,
I
just
can't
fix
just
it.
destroy the ship and then we're good. Like if it flies, we are in the sky and it breaks. That's it. There's nothing else I could do.
What if we put like a tiny hole somewhere, then we just slowly, like a boat, you know how it sinks.
He's just staring at you.
Ymir, go ahead and just make an intelligence check.
15.
15. He says this, and you're like, maybe I could find a way to like do a delayed reaction or something. But you know that once that pipe moves, you could potentially like, you know, close it off. Maybe maybe you could block it for a moment and then take a block out. You know, like maybe it's like you put something between the pipes to stop it for a moment and then being able to pull it out to fix it. Like you think of like something like kind of mechanical like that and something savvy.
Would it stop it from flying?
It would
for a
maybe
moment?
you feel like you might have a control of it more than you would just breaking it and being done with it. You'd have to craft something. That might take you some time.
Okay.
But with the pipe that Mimosa's holding, though, you probably could do that.
Okay. We're gonna use your idea for a moment. That pipe that you broke, we're gonna lodge it into the other thing.
Oh,
And
I also have these 2 metal balls. He's gonna pull them out.
The ball bearings are
do you
actually
have those?
the ball bearing is actually the same exact size as the tube that you're trying to break. Like the ball bearing like circumference is the same size as the tube. You could just put that in there. But you
dump
will,
them shits in.
but you
Wait,
will have
what?
but you will have to break the pipe apart and then put one in. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll have to create an opening.
If we act now, let's just use the singular pipe that Mimosa broke.
Yep. And you're just doing that. You start working together on that. It's gonna take you guys some time, but I think you guys will naturally be able to come up with
I
that
feel
solution.
so smart right now.
Good job.
Moving over. Velu, who are you with again? It was Idris. You both went to go pursue the elven individual. Idris, you immediately come up without even needing to make a perception check. You see where they are. They have kind of migrated over to the front of the ship, basically near the front mast. You could approach them if you want. You're a good distance though.
Speed walk.
Yeah, you move over. Sorry, Velu, you're following behind.
I speed walk.
Yeah, you speed walk.
We're speed walking.
I speed walk as soon as she speed walks.
You guys arrive. There's a turn of the shoulder as you guys aren't being very stealthy about your approach, and they kind of just look over. They put their hood up, and just kind of look over, and it's like,
Oh.
yes.
I'm just curious. This is my first time on the ship here. Do you happen to know where? She searches her brain for a second. Some tools might be.
I don't know.
You don't know. Well, do you know who we might be able to ask? And she's like leaning in to kind of examine their face through the hood.
They kind of turn the face a little bit away before you can like see the full face, and they just say, I don't have any tools. I don't know who has that. I think you talked to the wrong person. How about you go talk to somebody else?
I'm sorry. Am I making you nervous? That
No.
wasn't my intention.
Just go away. Velu, you have a familiarity with someone trying to back off from a situation, and you have an opportunity here to kind of hone in and like intimidate, or to back off and allow them to have their room. What do you do?
Sorry, I have to clear my throat. So, Mrs. Whatever you are, why are people like acting like that on this ship? What's going on? Why would you like to tell us more about that, or?
Just kind of looks over to the right, blinks for a moment, looks over to the left, and you're kind of like into them. I thought everybody here was trying to leave. Why are you asking me what your intentions are? This is not right. It turns the face, still looks over at you, Idris, recognizes the face. You see a gasp. No. You see a gasp of mouth open up to say something, and you immediately see you are reminded that invisibility is a verbal component of the spell. So you have an opportunity to catch them before they cast invisibility on themselves, if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, you make a grapple. This is a strength athletics check.
Ooh. A 13.
13. They go invisible. You miss. They completely dodge out of the way of you, and you panic. Velu, you peered into the eyes of somebody who is similar. Someone who is trying to not be known.
This is bad.
How so?
They're gone.
We're gonna move over to the last. I believe it was Cruise and Carnelian.
Oh, it was separate.
Oh, you're separate. Sorry. Which one of you wants to go?
You can do Dion first.
Type shit.
Dion. Go ahead.
So, the initial figure that I saw going onto the ship that made me believe that this is the ship, I want to search out for them again.
Yeah, you're looking. If you were leaving the same time as Idris and Velu, you would have seen that they would have intercepted that person over at the front of the ship. Would you have continued to monitor on that? Or
That's the same person?
same exact person?
I will go, and after a little bit of just watching...
You watch for a second, and you notice that there's like a turn of a face, and you see Idris like go to like grab onto the mouth to stop them from speaking, and they turn invisible. And there's like a look of left and right from Idris, and Velu's just kind of standing there, like putting a hand on their head.
Okay. This is what I'll do then. There's only one way off the ship,
Yeah, there's
right?
there's one exit. Yeah.
Okay. I will go stand by the exit and kind of moderate who gets on and who leaves.
Mhm.
And if I feel a mysterious bump on me that I see nothing from, I'll grab onto that bump.
It's still a
That is what I was
it's still a
ready to
perception
act.
check with disadvantage to detect someone invisible. So I'm gonna let you do that.
Perception disadvantage. Oh boy. Please, game. That one.
That one. You stand there for a moment. The shaking of the ship that kind of happens, you finally catch what that is. You're seeing that the sails are having a hard time being lowered. So they're being manually lowered by some of the crew members. And in order to do so, they have to actually jump onto the side of the
Wait.
ship and rock it.
I have Bongo as well. Can Bongo also make a perception?
Bongo's with you?
Yep, Bongo's with me.
I'll allow you to roll your straight roll. But however, because you have already rolled the disadvantage, I will say this. You can roll with Bongo's statistic, which is going to be a wisdom modifier. So I don't know if you know the wisdom modifier off the top of your head, Ymir.
Nim.
It's okay. I can look. It is going to be +2.
+2.
Yep. So it's a +2 to roll. 1d20 +2.
6.
6. Unfortunately, I can't even say unfortunate because you've noticed other things, and that's the problem. The problem is that your focus is taken away to other important matters, such as the ship rocking back and forth. And I think in that moment, you're realizing that the ship is about to take off because they're trying to put the sails down and it's not working. Like there's magical parts and components that would automatically lower the sails that aren't working anymore. And they're trying to manually take down the sails, and you're noticing people on the side of the ship kind of rocking it back and forth because a lot of crew members are like climbing up the side of the ship to lower the sails.
Okay, so they're getting ready to take off then.
Yeah, they're having issues, but yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
I'll tell Bongo. As soon as you said lower the sails is when they'll take off.
They're just having issues lowering the sails. You don't know when they're taking off. It just you're noticing that's the reason it's rocking back and forth. Is that they're going side to side and like trying to lower these sails manually, which they haven't been made to do.
Okay. I'll tell Bongo. Um, as soon as you see them trying to take the ship off, you run downstairs and you go back to Ymir and tell him.
Yeah. And just like he nods. I need you to make an animal handling check because you have never
Oh,
interacted with
God.
Bongo before. You just had a full blown conversation with this dude. Doesn't even know you.
19.
19. He nods with affirmation, gives you a thumbs up, and runs away.
Oh, runs away. Why now?
He's like running. He's like kind of like
Oh,
he's like goes.
Okay, whatever. I guess
He actually no. He runs for a second, and in your perception that you do see, he flies upwards. So he's like apparently taking like a bird's eye view.
Okay, cool.
So you feel confident.
I guess I'll stay by the exit just in case. Like, I don't know. I'll keep note of people who enter and leave actually off the ship.
Okay. And the last thing, Cruise. We're gonna try to get this through. You're wanting to go see the captain in the captain's quarters, or are you wanting to see the first mate?
No, the first mate, the
First
Blue
mate.
Dragonborn.
They're not out and about on the ship. You can only assume that they're within, like, nearby the captain. So you go and you approach over towards near the captain. Some of you guys arriving back on the deck end of the ship. Looks at you and says, "Is everything all right?"
I was just looking around for a first mate.
Oh, someone get hurt?
Oh, I was just gonna ask some questions about the valve.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
I'd make you roll deception, but I think persuasion's more in line for what you're asking.
21.
21. He kind of like looks. He's like, "I know enough about the file, but okay, whatever." And just like kind of keep walking over. It starts going over to the doors. Like they should be in there.
Thank you.
And just knocks on the door a certain way and like opens the door for you. You
Can I
look inside.
remember that knock?
We could try. Maybe later on, but right now it's not your primary focus. But the door is open. You see that there is a blue dragonborn who is inside, who is currently, they're like, they have a sextant and they're like looking at different things on a table, and they look up at you and they make eyes with you. It's like, "I don't know you either," and just kind of like takes the sextant, puts it down. It's like, "Yes."
Cruz will extend his hand and say, "I'm Cruz. Nice to meet you."
Kind of like walks over to you, puts a hand out, shakes it. "Cruz, may I
I
help
was
you?"
just walking around the ship. Just figured I'd get to know everybody.
And my captain let you in there for that?
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit about the valve, but I think my friends have it handled.
Your friend is the
Carnelian.
Tabaxi one?
Yes.
Okay. And you came along because you wanted work, or what's going on? You wanted to meet people? Is that what you're saying?
I was invited by them, but then because he was invited here, but not exactly sure where we're going.
So you two are very familiar with each other.
A little bit. You know Carnelian?
No,
Ah,
I don't know you either.
well, that's how first impressions can go, but been nice to meet you so far.
There's an awkward pause between the two of you, and this blue dragonborn's not like huge. They're like a normal like size. A little skinny, like kind of like looking around their room. Like they seem to have more ownership of the captain's quarters than the captain does. Especially the way they're kind of like around in this area. They look at you again. Captain Nosori was hoping that the ship could take off sooner, but there seems to be issues, and your team is supposed to be fixing that, so I don't see how you being here helps us take off sooner.
Well, my work is more in talking to people. I'm not exactly the brainiac when it comes to machinery, but we have our best down there.
Well, you'd be happy to know that one of our destinations probably brings you to a place where you can talk to many people, so it'd be in your best interest to probably fix that sooner than later. I'm assuming that with your work, you're going to be compensated such. And I know that the opposite of that compensation may be worse, given Volcom's history.
How so?
You do realize
I'm
that when
quite new.
just kind of looks, it's like you didn't know what you signed up for. Volcom is a pledge to perform their service. That's a death sentence. I don't understand why anybody would task anybody to come here to the ship, but someone had done that, and that person who had tasked them obviously knew that they were going to be going to some destination. So I'm very confused on why anybody else is new here, because I've only sent out. And they pause. Cruise, right?
Yes.
Where do you think we're going?
And you are? I've heard we're going to Halabar, but that's it. Actually, I don't think I know that.
You would not know that.
Yeah, you're right.
Retcon.
Yeah, retcon. I'm not sure where we're going. I've asked around, but I haven't been told.
Well, the importance of the matter is you're not going to be here, which is what people are getting on the ship for. And are you ready to not be here?
Well, I guess so. I'm not exactly used to these things. I don't know how much I trust them.
He kind of like puts the chin up and says, our conversation has drawn a little wary. I need to make preparation for travel, and if you're not going to fix the situation, then I will go down there and handle it myself.
I'm way ahead of you. Nice meeting you. And then Cruz will pretend to leave, but just kind of linger outside the door.
Yeah, you linger outside the door. The first thing you do here is there's a sending that goes off from the inside. Not a scroll, but you hear the words of a sending.
Can I listen in?
Yeah, you're listening in. You listen in and you hear, I think we've been compromised. Get everybody who is trying to escape out. We need to go.
Who's just gonna try to find Carnelian?
Yeah, you see Carnelian at the front of the ship who's standing there like blocking the entrance. And with that, we're actually going to take our break.
Hooray!
Come on. This is
Damn
gonna
it,
I
This
just
is-
ate!
Yeah, if your fat ass could have waited.
I can eat more.
Go
I'll be
ahead.
back.
Go ahead.
But eat a egg
I'll be
roll.
back.
I
I'm
can but eat it.
pissed that you break me there.
Hey, look. That's what we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and mute ourselves from the stream. But I would ask you guys to mute into our chat. And we'll be returning back at the next... this 8:30 sound fine? Or you guys want more time? That's 10 minutes. I don't know if you guys want more. I can do it at 8:40.
I feel like 8:30 is fair.
8:35. How about that?
How about 8:35 so I can go throw a sandwich together or something?
All right, 8:35. You got 15 minutes. Enjoy your little bit of a break, and we'll come back with some new energy and find out what's going on in this stupid ship.
Womp womp.
Please mute yourselves. Thank you. Da, da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Anybody else got tequila stuck in their head, or is it just me?
It might be just you.
Okay, it's only a little bit. Da-da-da-da.
Womp womp.
Get copy stricken now.
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Oh god.
Yeah. For those of you who were curious, I wasn't intending on getting into a combat encounter today, but it might happen. We'll find out. You guys are awfully close. It depends on your actions, of course. Is everybody here, or are we waiting on anybody else? Let's do a roll call. Cat. Waiting. Potato. Oh, there you're here. Potato.
I'm gonna get in a fight with a pipe.
Allie.
No, guys, we gotta hug it out.
I'm here.
I'm
Nimbus.
gonna hug the pipe.
Hi.
Hey, Zap.
What's up?
Cough, cough.
Dion.
He died.
Dan!
Dion! Just like, that's the game over, right?
I ate a little bit of
Surely
shrimp.
if
I don't
we
know
yell
what's gonna
loud
happen,
enough,
guys.
you'll be able to hear us through his headphones.
What do you mean shrimp? You're allergic to shrimp?
He's
Yeah.
allergic to shrimp, and he decided to eat shrimp.
I didn't
which
know.
makes him
I didn't know there was shrimp in the egg roll.
How allergic are you?
interesting.
Who ate shrimp?
Them.
Scrimp.
But I'm okay.
Why?
I didn't mean to.
Lactose intolerant and you
You-
can't eat shrimp?
You can't see the shrimp. in the
Bro,
egg roll.
how many problems are you gonna
Potato.
Oh my god.
have?
Like,
Yeah.
this is a
And I'm also a minority. It's
Oh,
rough.
throw that
And
in
you're a
there.
Discord user.
really hard.
Just start talking about, yeah, you should hear about all my family history. All my friends are dead.
It's
Oh, I
rough.
thought you were about to go a different path.
What? No. Anyways.
I was,
Hello?
I forgot
Anyways.
to say you're allergic
Nope.
to almonds.
Oh, wow. That'd be really sad. I
You're
feel like-
8 minutes. You're
The blueberries.
that was
You're 3 minutes
that was
late.
Funny.
My toilet is squeaking.
and that's my
What does
problem.
that
How?
mean?
Stop
What
throwing,
does that mean?
How
Stop-
is your toilet squeaking,
stop
bro?
throwing rats in your
Hold on.
toilet.
We glazed over that really fast. Your toilet is
My
squeaking.
toilet has a part in it
Oh.
where it like holds the
Wow.
water. And
Uh-huh.
okay, like I don't need this.
Wow.
writing right
Wow.
now.
Someone pull up.
Mr.
someone
Fancy
pull up
Pants
a
over
side-
here.
Yeah,
Ask the
wow.
question, and then you want to treat me like
Wow.
that. Like, why
And
should I
then the-
answer now?
Is it in the overflow? Is that what you're talking about?
Why should I even answer?
Wow.
Okay, you know what? I hope your toilet
Wow.
squeaks forever, actually.
Me
It's
too.
just a constant.
I hope you wake up in the middle of the night hearing your toilet just squeak.
Is it like the water just running? Oh, this is such an
No.
awkward conversation. to be having.
Anyways,
It's a part within
uh,
it.
to, to, s-
Ah.
to
It's
save
making it
to
squeak
save
when it's
Dion
sad.
from explaining the intricacies of his indoor plumbing, we're going to not do that. We're going to continue where we left off in this scene where we're learning a little bit. Going back to the live session. Father Cruz, you are kind of listening to this message get passed across at this moment, and I think it's at this time that we're going to show on the screen Ymir and Mimosa. Ymir and Mimosa. Bleh. Saying that 5 times fast is going to suck. Ymir, Mimosa, and Ymir. It depends on the order, I guess. What do? You have now created this device to basically obstruct the piping to potentially like cause the ship to shut down. You don't know what the effects of that may be, but you do have this device now. Do you go ahead and start like working as fast as possible, or are you waiting for a signal? Like, what's going on?
Waiting for a signal.
Okay, you guys wait.
As we're waiting, Mimosa's gonna pull out like some dumplings from his pocket.
Can I have one?
Yeah, that's why I brought them out.
Oh my god, thank you.
There's so much
Now,
food just
I feel
in a
like-
pocket somewhere for Mimosa.
I feel like a snack is a good reward for what we just did.
Yeah, no, your idea was really, really good. I was really frustrated in that moment, and you kind of made me feel better, and I appreciate you for existing.
You're welcome.
Yep, and he's gonna take a
Man.
bite.
I didn't think those bearings would actually be useful. I just kind of grabbed them.
Well, your overwhelming Hulk strength was also pretty useful with the pipe.
Mm.
Even though that was like unintentional, it was really cool.
Idris and
And helpful.
Velu, I think at this point you both run towards Carnelian, who's at the front of the ship. Carnelian, you haven't felt any disturbances, like weird bumps where no one should have been so far, but you do see Idris and Velu return to you, kind of like where you're at the front of the ship. Well,
Okay.
at the exit of the ship, I mean.
They might have lost me, but or we might have lost them, but are we all together?
Just you three are together. Father Cruz, you're coming out, and Ymir and Mimosa are just like idly waiting for you guys to give a signal to them. So I have them here present as far as like discussion wise for when you guys are ready to do what you want to do, and then they can act.
Okay. I guess how many entrances to get up and down in the ship itself?
I mean, there's just one walkway.
I mean not the walkway to get onto the ship, but go into the lower tiers of the ship.
Oh, so like you have your deck, you have the upper deck, which is where the captain's hold is. You
Is there
have
one staircase leading down?
there's a staircase leading down to the lower deck, which
Okay.
is where the cabin crew is. And then you have one more lower than that, which is where Ymir and Mimosa are, which is the engine room.
Okay. So what did you get from that person, Idris and Velu? Are-
Well, what we got is that they didn't want to be recognized. They don't want their identity known. And then they just kind of vanished.
Okay. Well, I don't know if they passed me or not because the ship's shaking so bad, so I can't really block the exit. So if one of you wants to watch who goes up and down into the ship itself, that would be cool. And we just kind of keep watching. We kind of wait.
I think
And
I think you guys actually need to do this for me right now. I need you all three of you to make one final perception check just to see if you will be able to spot this person. Father Cruz, you do approach your other three members at this time who are down there conversing with the information that you now have.
Which three?
Carnelian, Velu, and Idris.
19.
I rolled a 6.
18. I finally got a good roll.
Woohoo!
Oh,
Let's go!
Oh, you're definitely gonna fail them. Just kidding.
Oh,
I would say actually, it makes sense for Cornelia not to see anything, and Velu, it makes sense for you to see something because you kind of look over at the elusiveness of some of these figures, and you notice that a person wouldn't turn invisible to run away. They turn invisible to hide. So you don't think they actually left the ship. Because as soon as you start looking over to where like the line was where they would have to meet to Carnelian, you notice that there is a track of where they were standing. There looks like to be like some type of like puddle or something they're in. There's like dried like rainfall. And you see like there's a path that leads down into the ship.
Okay.
So you see this more than anybody else.
I'm gonna drag Idris and tell her that the person we were talking to, they're still on the ship, and I think I
So-
know where they're at.
You say that in front of me?
Hmm.
Huh?
Do you say that in front of me or do you step away?
No, I said that in front of you.
Okay, yeah, please go get them.
Father
And
Cruz,
then
you
I'm gonna-
approach.
I think there's something going on.
What's going on?
I
You were
talked-
supposed to watch them.
I talked to him like you asked, and he was extremely defensive.
It was a she,
He
by
was
the way.
confused. Oh, sorry.
You're good.
She was extremely defensive. She wondered why so many people were here. She wasn't in charge of inviting anybody, but she was charting the course. And then as I left, she said that she felt that people were onto her, and that everybody who's here to escape needs to leave.
Okay. If
It's-
Idris and Velu haven't left yet, please go and look for that person now. And then I'm gonna Okay, so Cruise, we gotta block people from leaving this ship.
Carnelian, you've
as
already
much
let
as
a
we
couple
can.
people off the ship around, like a couple people off, and you kind of look behind you, and you don't know if they're like kind of part of it, but they're gone now. They're like that's off the matter. But you do see
Okay.
in the distance, as you turn around to look at those people, there are augurs who are like coming down the way. So there are augurs who are currently showing up, like walking up to the ship.
Okay.
They're a little distance away. Like we're talking like, if I were to explain it,
police?
yeah, like the augurs.
Oh,
like
okay.
yeah, they look like they're coming through, and it looks like they might be stopping some people.
Okay.
So
So-
Can't.
it's either they're
Cruise?
controlling something over there or coming up to you, but you do see that there are some in the distance.
Do I see
We-
this? Do I see Agar specifically?
No, you don't see him.
Fuck. Okay.
We can't
Uh,
win against an entire ship. If you want to keep them here, we have to get this thing off the ground. But
I
we
don't-
can't do that, or we'll be trapped with everybody here.
We don't want it off the ground. If you can, try to stall as many people as you can from getting off the ship. Make up some excuse, say it's about to leave or something. I'm gonna start signaling for Bongo to like go down.
Mm-hmm. He's like immediately, like as soon as the eye catches you, it's like you see it like a swoop down. Bongo swoops in. I would say it wouldn't be too long before Bongo caught up to you, Ymir.
Okay. Okay, Cruz, I'm gonna hop off and try to get the augurs to help us, okay? You stay here and you just try to block the exit so there's not so much coming off the ship and we all have them basically trapped on the ship. Is that cool?
Okay.
Okay. Carnelian's gonna climb down and then use all of his movement to like go over and dash.
You rush. Go. Ymir, Bongo arrives. Your signal.
Ymir probably has like a half-eaten dumpling in his mouth, and he's about to take another chomp as he side-eyes Bongo, and then he'll look over at Mimosa, break that shit. Wait, no, don't break that shit. Use the mechanism.
Oh, yep. Yep, you're right.
Mimosa,
You're
it still requires an athletics check, but the DC
Okay.
is extremely lowered. So good luck.
right. Is it athletics?
It is athletics.
Okay. Why if I roll bad somehow? I just jinxed myself. I'm gonna die.
You have inspiration.
19.
19. Seamless break. Psst. And as the mechanism kind of slides into place from Ymir's design, you see as soon as the pipe opens, ball bearings get shot into the pipe. And you see like at the front, it being held there perfectly to where the air is being blocked from the one side and also not being able to escape from the other. Ymir, you look over where the edges, the rune fades. The heat that is in the engine flares.
That's good. Oh, I mean, it's bad, but it's good because it's bad, right?
You guys are getting a little hot. You
We're getting out of here.
You feel the pipes themselves kind of like that steam that was coming out of the one rushes out faster than it ever has, just like filling the whole entire room almost. It's a breaking point for the engine because now the engine is now only working on its own cycle. Yeah, you guys are noticing it's getting hot. And it's at that point when that breaks, Carnelian, Mimosa, Father Cruz, Velu, everybody, you all need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw.
Oh god. All right, it's fine.
I'm gonna bless
It's
myself.
fine. It's fine.
Do what you need to do.
baby.
Oh, that was
20.
natural. 17.
Um,
I'm about to get a now one. I can't wait.
No, you're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
21.
Oh,
Wow.
16.
Did anybody get lower than 15?
mm-mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
Did
a
I actually
monster.
roll general? Yes, I did.
Wait, were we supposed to roll? Me and you?
Dexterity
Dex
saving throw.
save.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Oh, everybody?
hmm
Shit. Okay. Hold on. Oh no, that's not good. 5.
5. Ymir, Mimosa, with you being in this contained area, you both take 4 bludgeoning damage as the ship immediately jolts to the left, and you guys are basically flown into the wall, taking
Do
that
we still have our
bludgeoning damage.
temporary HP?
You do. It's still the same day, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. you can buff that temporary HP out, and you basically smack into the wall. The rest of you who you maintain your balance on the ship as you guys immediately feel the dock, like the ship that was hovering and basically like allocating itself to the landing pad lands and just lands on top of the pad that's there, basically no longer having a connection to the landing structure. And Carnelian, you kind of like you realize like the ship itself is no longer holding itself. It's the ropes that are now holding the ship, like basically to this thing dangling onto the landing pad, which is not very structural. It's like a thin layer of runic like gold. That's all it is. Like it can definitely be broken. So you are kind of like, you now know you're on thin ice as far as walking, because the ship is definitely not going anywhere because it's not flyable. But it is like basically held up by like two like extreme chains, and then a landing structure below that is barely like assisting in the balancing of this ship. So
Okay.
everything is now basically unmagical about this ship at this point. This is just a normal ship that's 1,000 feet in the air.
Okay.
You're
using all my movement to get to those augurs.
Yeah, you're getting there. You jump off of the ship and you like rush over. Getting over to you, Carnelian, you rush over. You see that they're kind of stopping people as they're walking by, and some of them are like having conversations. You do see that there's a couple of augurs that you're not familiar with. You can try talking to one of them.
But like, none of them rushing over after I sent that
They're
message before I climbed the ship.
They are moving towards your direction of where you identified, but they are still like, they just saw people walk off the ship and go off of it, so they're talking to those people too. And there's only like 3 augurs here.
Only 3? Augur scammed me or something. I'll rush over to the augurs and I'll talk to them. Can any of you do ascending right now? There's a big crime happening.
You look over and you see one augur. It's just a human woman. Just looks at you, is like, what's going on?
I need you to contact Augur, whoever, all the augurs nearby, whoever's going on. There's a ship that's about to go down right now.
Augur sent to us to come and investigate what's going on.
We need more. This ship's gonna go down.
Kind of staring past you, it sees the ship is dangling left and right. It's like, oh, we don't need augurs for that. We need, like, it kind of looks into something, puts into their mind.
Shit.
It like looks over. It's like, oh no. Can someone call Gregor? Gregor Phallus, someone call him. It's like
We don't want the ship to leave. There's criminals on the ship.
There's criminals on the ship?
Xenophane. It's Xenophane.
Make a, I want to say it's intimidation almost, but I'm going to go ahead and say make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Because they are
12?
they're still doing their job. You see the augur looks up and looks at you, is like, Xenophane's up on that ship.
Yes.
Let them go. And you see, like, she turns around, looks at the other 2 augurs, like, we have to make our move now.
They might also be Xenophane, but I don't know idea. They came off the ship.
So, like, they turn around. There's 2 other augurs that kind of come up. You see one of them is like I'm trying to think of a dwarven, like, one, and then another is another furbolg that you've already kind of seen before, but not like the you've seen the race before. A furbolg, a dwarf, and a human. Just kind of walk over and they say, what are we doing? It's like, that ship right there, we're going. It's like, they nod, and they all kind of swiftly move. You dash, but like they swiftly move as much as they can with what their plate armor
Look
carries.
for the blue dragonborn as they run off. First mate.
Yep. You rush
And
over,
then-
back.
I want
think-
to quickly clock the people that they were talking to get their faces.
There's a lot. I don't think you'd be able to capture all their faces. Not even like a slick detective would do that. If anything, you might be able to recover some information from like lore on those people, maybe. But you don't have the time.
Okay.
Yeah, the people you've missed are the people you missed. But you're rushing back to the ship. The ship is teetering right now. Ymir and Mimosa, you are in a hot engine room that is teetering back and forth, and you guys are trying to stabilize yourself at like the pinpoint of balance right now.
We need to get out of here like now, like ASAP, like yesterday. Can you pick me up?
Mimosa is just gonna
feel like shit.
grab him like a side bag
Okay.
and just like start going.
I need you
Please
to,
be gentle.
I need Mimosa to make another athletics check for me.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
I don't know if 10 is good enough. Scary.
Use your inspiration.
Okay, 10 was the best I was gonna get.
10. You rush forward, and there's a lot of ducking and stuff you had to do to get out of here. So your athletics was to break through some of the piping in order to get out of the room. You don't manage to break through all of it, but you do manage to break piping in general. Hot steam is going to blow in your faces and just into both of you. Both of you take 2 fire damage from the hot like steam that's basically like just searing onto your body. It's you guys have messed up this engine.
Can I like protect Ymir from this steam? And just take
No,
that
unfortunately,
damage,
this is something that's
That's
just
okay.
it's an area of effect.
Okay.
So as that happens, you manage to bust through the rest of it, get out of the engine room, and just continue down to get upstairs. As you're going up the stairs, you do see that there is the blue dragonborn that is now rushing downwards into that room. That you will
Also, we're just
cross.
locking eyes.
You guys cross this blue dragonborn, and as they look at you, it's like they make notice of you and just keep going. They don't have time.
Ymir's immediately
Can
gonna
I
look at
stop
Mimosa.
her? What? What do you want me to do?
You stop her. I'm gonna help you in just a second. Bongo, get everybody. I think we make
Most
contact.
gonna put him down and then start run after her.
Yep, you turn around, go back to the engine room. Ymir rushes up. Velu.
Ymir doesn't. He stays where he is. He's letting Bongo go.
Oh, okay.
To get everybody
Yeah,
out.
you stay where you are.
Ymir's
Alright.
gonna cast Frost Floor. Immediately, he's gonna clap his hands together, and the silver glimmer is gonna fall from his hands and sparkle around his feet, and then just ice is just gonna encompass the entire area that he's standing in.
Yeah, he just stands, and as you feel like your motion increase in speed, you have great agility in this moment. You feel balance, and you actually are pretty confident in your ability to move through this area. I'm going to.
And I'll follow behind Mimosa.
Yeah, you follow behind Mimosa. You slide forward. I'm gonna cut from you guys real quick, and we're gonna come back. And also Carnelian, who's rushing back. You three, who are still here on the ship, there are a multitude of people who are now rushing to leave the ship because the ship is teetering back and forth.
Are we still looking for the person you want to talk to, Idris? Yes, no, maybe so.
Okay, the ship's rocking back and forth. There's people running over here. I feel like we're about to be very.
I need all three of you to make a strength check.
Oh,
Huh? I'm not with them.
You still need to make a strength check. You are on the deck of the ship, correct?
Yes.
13.
22.
6.
Idris and Father Cruz, you watch Velu get picked up by the crowd of people and basically ushered off of the ship as you see a bunch of
Bye-bye.
people who just like literally lift him off of his feet, and he's just trying to stop people. But you two manage to like stand your ground and still search through if you want to. But you two are left. You two are on the deck of the ship during this chaos.
Can Cruz try to help like calm people?
Yeah, you absolutely may. I would say what's your charisma modifier?
My charisma is +4.
Okay, so with your charisma modifier, I'll say every 4 people that pass you, you're able to like kind of calm them down, and then you can get another 4 people and calm them down. But like, there's like maybe 20 or 30 so people, you're gonna miss some. So if you're going to calm some people down, maybe you should be targeting certain people so they can help others. So I'm gonna say make an insight check to help maybe determine who the kind of like ones who are gonna help the most are.
I'm gonna use bless. Ooh, hold on. That's great. 10.
10. You call.
But I got a plan.
You do have a plan. You calm 4 people down, but unfortunately, they kind of look around like confused why they're standing still, but they believe like what you're saying. They kind of trust you initially. Idris, is there anything you're doing?
I'd love to go in the direction of that path that Velu kind of mentioned where that person was going. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if they have exited the ship at this point, but
You keep your eyes open. As you go, a familiar bump on the shoulder. You turn, you see an elven face.
can I? Oh, this is so tricky. I'm going to help usher them off the ship towards the Augurs.
Interesting. Okay. That's clever. Okay. I'm just going to allow that to happen because I don't think they would know what's going on offside the ship, and I think that you do. You managed to grab onto that person and like hold onto them, and like you kind of push them and commandeer their like path to get to where they're intercepted. Carnelian, you rush forward and you see a multitude of people who are like trying to get off the ship, including Velu, who's kind of being carried by the crowd a little bit. There's like maybe 20 or so people who have just kind of like pushed their way off of the ship because it's tilting and moving. It's pretty scary. You see that a lot of them like jump off. You even see now Idris, who is now rushing off and like holding onto a person that looks familiar. And you see them kind of ushering over to one of the augurs that's nearby. As the other augurs are kind of holding their hands out, everybody stay calm. We're on the docks. It's fine. Nothing's ever going to happen here. The ship is seeming to have a malfunction. Please stay calm. We don't know what's going on yet. We don't have the full... And as they kind of stop, you hear... as one of the chains snaps from the hold of the ship. So now it is only holding on with one chain. All 3 of you stand on the dock side looking over at the ship kind of wobbling now over the opposite way of where the chain had left, and now all that pressure moving to the opposite side. The ship is no longer enterable as you guys see basically the bridge that led onto the ship is tilted away from you and just snaps the wood away. We're gonna move over to the 3 that are on the ship.
Oh god.
Not you. All right, guys. So, Father Cruz, as the chain snaps, all 3 of you... Oh, not Velu, sorry. Mimosa. All 3 of you again need to make another dexterity saving throw.
Whoa.
Okay, I got a
17.
21 this time.
Okay.
11.
11. Oh, I need to make... Okay. Mimosa, you do take 2 bludgeoning damage. Again, you hit the wall of a ship and basically punch a hole through it. As that happens too, you see behind you that blue dragonborn. Oh, not behind you, in front of you, because you're pursuing them. Also smack into the wall and just like hit themselves. They like kind of grab onto the floor and like look back at you. It's like, somebody fucking help me! And they like look around for somebody, and like as the upper ship, Father Cruz, the 4 people who are with you, 2 of them like fall to the ground, and you're like holding on to them. And there's some other people who haven't left the ship yet, who are like on the ship, like rocking back and forth. You see like a mother like holding her kids, like kind of like holding on to them, just like looking around left and right. There's a lot of panic right now.
Cruz will rush over to help them to
Yeah.
get them off the ship.
She, one of the kids like holding onto the mom's leg, and she's like holding another kid in her arm. Looks at you, it's like, please help us, get us off the ship. We gotta go.
Cruz will pick her up and put her on his back.
And put it on her back. You're just like holding onto the kid, like still holding onto the leg, and it holds onto your leg.
And what about the people that were
The people that were there, the 4 that you left, like some of them fell on the ground, some are there, like still waiting, and like they're just there because you had instructed them to be there. They're waiting for your
I can-
instruction.
I'll tell them to go help people to get off.
Yeah, and you like nod at the people, tell them to go get off. You keep ushering
Tell them to
people
get
over.
more people off.
Yeah, you keep going. Oh, you see the bridge is like broken and frayed, and people are like, "How are we gonna get off? Like, get a rope! Someone get rope!" And like they're like trying to figure it out. Someone's like, "Break the sail!" And like pushing off the wall, breaking the ship a little bit more to try to get off. People are being crazy right now. Mimosa, you pursue
Yes.
towards this blue dragonborn, along with Ymir following behind very quickly. Into this room, you see with an ice breath, the blue dragonborn just breathes a blue, like draconic ice breath into the room to kind of cool things off for a second. And they put their hands on their heads, like, "What the fuck is going on in here?" And turns around to you, Mimosa, and sees you in the doorway. "You were working in here." And then Ymir, you kind of flow behind your ice, your frost floor, and you stroll behind. It's like,
Is your name Hannah?
They kind of like stare at you.
Well,
You see they hold their hand out for a moment and they summon a blade to their hand, like a longsword. "No one really knows my name." One holds the hand up, looks at both of you, and that kind of holds the sword towards both of you, like kind of like in a like a dog back to a wall scenario, like in their own engine room, looking at you two. It's like, "I don't like it when people know my name." And immediately
Okay.
slices the sword down, and there's a spell cast from the sword out towards you guys. You two are gonna have to roll initiative in a second. Father Cruise, you managed to help some people get off the ship. However, you do know that some people are like the ship is tilting in a way that like people are now starting to slide like towards the opposite way where the ship is tilting away. You could help with the stability of the ship somehow, but you're pretty sure that you have to get to like the wheel where the captain is, and that's the one thing that you're noticing right now is when you turn, the captain is not there.
Captains are supposed to go down with their ship, so Cruise will make his way to wherever the captain's quarter is.
You go up to the captain's quarter, the wheel that's like completely spinning in the other direction, like it's like spinning towards the way where the ship is turning. And you see that the captain's quarters door is open, nowhere to be found.
Can Cruise try to take control of the ship?
You grab onto the helm of the ship and you hold it tight as strong as you can. You start turning it over and over, pulling your weight onto it, like literally like jumping down and pulling it like a sandbag, just fully pulling all your weight into it. And slowly you're pulling the ship back and upright. But you know if you let go of this, it could be bad. I need you to make one strength check for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
5.
5.
Wait, no. Wait, did I calculate that right? Yeah, 5.
You still have inspiration?
I used it.
Used it.
Oh.
The 5 you're holding on, but you're losing control of the ship wheel. It's still moving and kind of tilting to the side.
Can I try like? Is it like a traditional like ship wheel?
Not
where it's got
really.
holes in
It has 2 sides. Think of it like a bicycle a little bit, and it just spins like on a plane that's like 2 bars. You're basically like twisting like a corkscrew right now.
Should I try to jam it?
You can try. What do you want? How are you gonna do it?
Let's see. What would jam? It'd be like shoving something in it to try to jam the mechanism.
Wait, yeah, like what?
I don't know. Is there anything around me?
If
Like
you'd have to let go of the wheel and find something.
Can I look around for like something sharp? Like, are there swords on the wall?
Make an investigation check.
I'm gonna bless myself. Or guidance, whatever it's called. I'm rolling like shit. 10.
10. There's like some scrap wood and things like that are just nearby, like crates that have been broken open. Their tops are kind of like laying off. You could try to use like maybe a bar of wood, but that you don't know if that's gonna hold.
Oh shit, I was spinning in general. God damn it.
It's okay.
I'll take a piece of wood.
Yeah, you grab a piece of wood and try to leverage it a little bit. It helps a little, but still, like you're still like losing grip of that wheel. Mimosa and Ymir, can I have you both roll initiative for me, please?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
I got a. I already rolled it. I got a 8.
Okay.
So,
13.
What's your dexterity, Nim? Oh, sorry, Ymir.
14.
14.
Like, yeah.
Well, what's your modifier? I mean, sorry.
+2.
Okay. And Mimosa, you rolled
13.
13. You actually get to go first, Mimosa. But first, on top of initiative, it'll be Mimosa. But the slice of the sword goes across. You see like a phantom kind of blade just shoot out from the blade. You guys both duck, missing the attack because of the movement of the ship. You see that the ship stabilizes itself for a moment before again starting to go one more time. I'm gonna say Mimosa, you get to go first.
You say you don't like your name being known. But I know you really won't like this hammer in your face. And then he's gonna pull out his warhammer and just swing it.
Yeah, you swing. Make a roll to hit.
$13.
What was that to hit? You said 18?
13.
13. Oh, 13 misses. The hammer goes wide over the Dragonborn. You're a lot taller than they are. They're kind of scrawny compared to you. And the hammer slams down into more pipes, breaking them, shattering because there's ice all over them. And now more steam releases, and Hannah like looks at the walls and just kind of stares at the copper like things that you guys are breaking. It's like, this was you, and looks back over towards you. Mimosa, is there anything else you wish to do?
You know what? I'm gonna rage.
Yes.
You enter a rage. What does it look like, Mimosa?
Ymir will notice, like, from behind him, like, he'll see, like, black tears beginning to drip from his eyes and, like, nose and mouth.
Jeez.
You
That's
rage.
basically it.
Yeah.
I'm raging. Angry.
That first initial burst of energy immediately fuels you, and you feel the ichor kind of like leaving from the iris, and you immediately turn, and you have a different vision now than you did before, and you know exactly what you want to happen. The Dragonborn would go, but Ymir, you're quicker. It's your move.
Ymir gets into a track star position as he sees Mimosa revving up, ready to go, and he'll say, I mean, I said I know how to throw down, so I'm gonna throw down. And he'll like speed up and start ice skating across the area with all the other ice around him.
Yep.
And
Filling the room.
he will, as he's running and skating, he's like his hands are making different formations at quick speed, and he will cast he'll cast a ray of sickness as a jet of silver shoots out towards the blue dragonborn and then flickers into green goo.
Okay. Ray of sickness. Awesome.
That's a 17 to hit.
17. Yeah, it hits.
Okay. That's 2d8. They need to make a con save.
Mm-hmm.
6 damage.
What's the saving throw on that?
Save DC's 14.
They made 17, so
Okay.
they saved on that, but they do take the 2d8, which is how much damage again?
6.
6. Okay. Yeah, they take the 6 damage, and immediately you see like that silvery like line of magic hits them, and you see like they grab on the tension in their neck, kind of like pops out, and you see that there's like boiling wherever it hit. It's pretty bad. You still frost floor the way, making that difficult terrain as you pass. Most of you see where Ymir skates around, ice is left in his path. Like it is a full blown like he's creating a path of ice where he goes, and your eyes are trained and focused on this blue dragonborn.
I have a question.
Go
Did
ahead.
Bongo meet with the others yet?
You do not know.
All right.
Father Cruise, I need you to make another strength check.
Strength. 19.
19, better. The leverage from the board allows you to move the wheel back into a position where the ship is starting to stabilize back, and some people are now jumping off of the ship like within a reasonable distance. People are starting to get off one by one. There's about like maybe 3 people left on the ship by the end of this round. By the time that you've held this up, you've basically saved like 13 different people from the ship if it is going to crash.
That's good.
There
So can I let go of the wheel, or
There's
does it
still
hold
a few people on the ship if you want to let go, but there's like 3 people who are left behind that still can't get out in time.
it? No, I'm gonna keep holding it.
You hold strong. The blue dragonborn is gonna go towards Mimosa, who had swung. And actually, no. The longsword strikes out at Ymir, slicing over who had cast the ray of sickness. Rushes over to you in this difficult terrain. Basically, has to use all their movement to get to you. So they can't do anything else, but they are going to slash at you twice.
Is there an opportunity attack for
Mimosa, yes.
Mimosa?
Mimosa, you can make an opportunity attack.
Okay. And she's like, "Where's Ymir?" Like, to Mimosa, like in front of her, behind him, because he was moving around.
Are you trying to see if you can get flanking? Because you can.
Yeah, is she like behind him?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna form a beast tail.
Ooh.
Schmack.
Describe it, please. I want to hear it. What do you think it looks like?
Like his tail is like, I feel like I'm trying to think of like how to describe it. Like the light in the room, I feel like it would flicker a little bit as like it looks like there's like a shadow of like the shadow of his tail turns into like a hand as his tail like whips around and just goes to hit
Yeah.
Hannah.
Ymir, the lights in the room that were illuminating, some of them flicker out. It's not dark, but some of them have like whispered away for no reason.
Bro, I can't hit a single thing. 9.
9 misses. The shadowy essence that you trail behind you goes wide as you see a look of like confusion because they weren't staring at you, but they turn around to look at you, and you have like this image about you, and they are getting nervous of you. They are still going to attack onto Ymir. The first one misses with a nat 1. Hits the piping and manages to like blast steam in their own face. Psst.
You're not really good at this.
Take 1 point of fire damage. And they're gonna swing again. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
Oh, that's just on my AC. But I'm gonna use my moon trait, my lunar embodiment, to get a free shield.
Ooh.
I can do that once per day.
There you
And Ymir's just gonna wink as it looks like the sword's about to hit him, and then just a big, giant, just flamboyant bubble will just pop out of nowhere.
The presence of this bubble inflates the room. It is honestly a sight to behold. for what kind of amalgamation of magic is happening in this engine room. The shield pops off, and you see like the blade, this magical blade that's kind of coming downwards. It slices across it and prevents any of the attack from hitting. And you see a look of frustration over this blue dragon who looks left and right. They have no movement. They use their action, their bonus action. They are going to. Well, no, they don't get that. Yeah. Their bonus action, they're just going to hold their position, and they're going to. Oh, I can burn that actually. Yeah, I can burn that. They're going to use the dodge bonus action. So they hold a bonus action. They burn their thing. Okay, cool. After the end of that, I'm going to actually go back over to the other group real quick just to get something out of the way while you guys are continuing this. Because this is basically a round of information for them as well. For you three, the augurs have collected a bunch of people. Idris, you have managed to maneuver this person by the shoulder over. You see that the human augur that's currently looking at some people, you push them over into them. The hood falls. This elvish face looks up, and immediately the person's that they grab onto them and hold onto them with you, and they say, "We gotta put some." Reaches into the backside of them. They get glyph bracers and slap them onto this person. You immediately see their face go surprised as they look back and see you, who have been guiding them towards their direction.
Hi there.
Yeah, they wiggle out and try to wriggle free, and the human kind of pushes them over to the dwarf, and the dwarf grabs onto the middle part of the glyph bracers and holds on. It's well. Looks like you were trying to go somewhere, weren't you? And just kind of holds on to them kind of creepily. The Carnelian and Velu, you're broken out of the crowd at this point, but you're off the ship. And you're looking over at the ship that's now kind of leering upright. Velu and Carnelian, you look over and see Father Cruz, who is currently single-handedly holding the ship with the one wheel, and you guys look over behind you, who have passed, and see the captain, the Goliath, is now making their way past the people who are getting stopped by the augurs. They have made it past the augurs.
Without cuffs?
Without cuffs.
I'll go over to him.
No cups.
You guys rush over.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see he's currently moving at a quick pace, and as you're faster, you move over and get in front of him.
So where are you going?
The ship is crashing. You got to evacuate.
Why are you running?
It's not like it's my ship. It's just the ship.
You're the captain.
Yeah, but people were gonna. You see, he kind of looks left and right, and you see a couple of his crew members are who have also kind of moved past. Look at him. He's like, "Look, guys, it's not like that. Come on." we've been good here. They kind of push it, starts pushing people in. Some people kind of crowd him. It's like, hold on. And the augur kind of rushes over. It's like, hey, break it up. There's literally a fist fight. There's literally people throwing punches at this Goliath. Knocks out and there's a fist fight going on that you don't ensue, but you make happen. They start tangling up, getting rough with there. Another augur goes, and then you hear the human augur who talked to you originally said, "Yeah, we're gonna need backup up here. Someone send them in. Teleport them in now."
Told you. What did I say?
Yeah, and they rush over and try to help. And immediately, as soon as that sending comes through, you see immediate teleportations of other augurs onto the docks.
Oh damn!
Just and just you see Agar, who is Carnelian, the augur centaur, who is now approached, and he's rushing in.
We're talking after this one, Agar.
He's like, I didn't know. He comes up and just starts pushing people aside. Where's everybody else? Oh my God.
They're trying to leave.
Looks up at the ship. It's currently tilting. It's basically on its last hinges. Velu, you're just standing there looking at the ship, and you know that chain is not going to hold much longer. What Father Cruz is doing is, one, impressive, but two, it's going to need more. Is there anything you wish to do, Velu? silence is
up?
crazy.
I don't think it's here right now.
It's okay. Velu stares in shock and awe as they witness
I'm
face.
here.
You know that scene where like Captain
I'm
America. Okay, you know that scene where Captain
I'm
America
here.
is holding onto the helicopter and
No.
the landing pad at the same time. That's what Father Cruz is doing right now for the steering wheel of the ship. Just full muscles rippling. Like if Ymir could see it, it'd be crazy.
Oh my gosh.
That would be
I don't
great.
know. I don't think I have anything to do. I don't have anything.
Is there, if you want to try something, you can, but you're the only one that's available to do something right now that may be able to turn something around.
Wait, so Father Cruz is doing
Father Cruz is
what?
on the ship at the wheel, holding the wheel aloft to keep the rudder in place to prevent the ship from tilting over. You're off the ship
s-
on the dock, looking at the ship
Uh-huh.
tilting away from you.
Could I cast? Never mind. I don't think I can do anything.
What do you want to try
I
to do?
don't
Tell
think
me.
Oh, could I do magic missiles? But instead of targeting instead of targeting like I'm gonna target the ship, right? But
Mhm.
I'm gonna target the other side of the ship to counteract. So you know how Father
Ooh, that's
Cruz is
clever.
like, yeah.
I believe
So can I do that?
I believe magic missile targets a creature, but I
Damn it.
will say for the rule of cool, that sounds really
Okay.
cool. So,
So can
yeah, you don't even have to roll for it. You just do it. Like you just send the spell, you burn the spell slot, but you see what does your magic missiles look like from your hands? Like what do you think it looks like
Okay.
when you're sending it out?
So like, one of my like hands gonna open, right? And there's like this dark black magic is gonna appear, and then it's gonna be like 3 little tiny balls coming out of my hand, and then it's gonna boom boom like little rocket ships, boom boom coming out.
Just bursting from your hand, that poo, 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 just like go.
Yeah, pew, 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 pew. Yeah.
And it goes, hits the other side of the ship, and you see like the teetering of the ship as it moves a little bit forward. Father Cruz feels the help and assistance and is able to move the wheel a little bit more. You can continue to do this, but you might damage the ship. I will say, however, make a Arcana check for me.
Okay.
This is about the potency of your spell.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because this is a ship and it's, like mechanical, is there like a way to like turn it off so that the wheel just stays in place?
Breaking the engine prevented that.
Thanks, guys.
17.
You're welcome.
17. This is
Yeah,
a very, you cast the spell so potently that you kind of hear something like the breaking of one side of the ship. I'm going to return back to Ymir, Cruise, and Mimosa. At the top of this round, Ymir, Mimosa, you see 3 magic missiles rush into the side of the ship and immediately hit onto this blue dragonborn. From like outside of the ship, just like rushing from the side, rushing inwards and just hitting this blue dragonborn like boom, boom, boom. You have no idea how, but they are inside the ship and now hitting this person.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna roll
That's
the damage
helpful.
for that. Okay. Yeah. So they take 3 magic missiles to the face. And it's now back to the top of the round for you guys. Mimosa, you act.
I'm just gonna try to hit her in the back with my hammer.
Go for it. You have advantage because of flanking too.
Oh, cool. $19.
Yeah, definitely hits.
For the damage thing, there's like 2 different things for damage
Mm-hmm.
when you like next to my warhammer. There's like a 1d8 plus 5 and a d10.
Yeah,
That's
so
fine.
that's versatile. So if you want to use both your hands on the warhammer, it's 1d10. If you're using one hand, it's 1d8.
Okay, well, we're two-handing this thing right now.
Yeah,
so.
you're
Make sure you
you're
add
two-handing
rage
it.
damage to this.
Oh, rage damage. I don't remember how rage damage works.
It should be in there in your rage description. It'll tell you.
Yeah, give me a minute,
I think
I'll
it's
find it.
2, but I don't know.
Yeah, plus it.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't worry. Past barbarian.
Thanks, bro.
You felt that. You're like, don't forget it. Don't forget it.
Never forget it.
Never forget.
16.
16 damage?
Jeez. Wait.
You're not.
Jeez.
You're
Yeah,
joking, right?
No. Jeez.
Wait, no. Wait.
I'm
where
gonna
is
say
it?
how.
Yeah, it's a D10 plus 5.
Yeah, no,
and
you
it's a
said it.
plus 2.
Oh my! You rolled 9 on the die.
Yeah.
Oh my god! How do you want to do this? Oh my god! Like
I'm knocking her out. I'm
Up the
knocking
ship?
her out. I'm not killing her. No, she's still in the ship.
I thought you were like golf swinging
Under
her
the
out of the
ship?
ship.
Whoa.
Unconscious.
Okay, you choose to knock her out, but like, I want you to still describe to me the way in which Mimosa like uniquely takes out this person.
He's gonna like swing his Warhammer and then just like use that inertia, just hit her in the back, and then like slam like in that same motion, just like hit her into the wall like head first.
Hits into the wall, busts a hole in the wall, head goes through it, and they are just like they're just dangling from the wall basically. The initiative's over for you two. Father Cruz, I need one more strength check for you.
Okay. 19.
19.
I didn't even bless myself.
You stabilize
Okay,
more.
that's
You actually turn the wheel a little bit more to realign the ship, and even with the help from what Velu has done, you're able to like push it back into its position. It's at this point where the augurs tether themselves to the side of the ship. You see them throwing grappling hooks onto the ship and like pulling it in, like trying to like align it back to itself. And the ship is now stabilized. So Father Cruz, you can let go now. Mimosa and Ymir, your initiative's over, and you have this blue dragonborn unconscious in an engine room, and it's heating up very fast.
All right, grab it. We need to go.
You guys rush.
Yes.
You guys climb up the stairs of the deck, and onto the deck, you see Father Cruz, who's like, basically, like his arms are like weakened from like holding on to this this wheel, and like you see like broken pieces of wood and barring from the side where people were breaking off and jumping off. The augurs who have pulled in the ship closer to the dock. You see now that there are like mages and wizards who are currently casting like spells to like try to like prevent the weight from falling too deeply and breaking the strand. You guys, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, before Cruz leaves to do like call out for anybody left, could he take any maps from the captain's quarters
Absolutely, you could.
to see where they were going?
Matter of fact, rush into the cabin's quarters and just give me a general investigation check.
Well, wasn't I in the captain quarters?
No,
This
you were
is before that.
no, you were outside the cabin's quarters on the
Ah.
wheel, like steering the ship, and the door was already open, swinging open, like back and forth.
Investigation.
Yeah, just quick.
21.
21. You managed to snag a couple of the like you managed to grab like the cartographer's tools that are on the table, along with a couple of map diagrams that were mapped out. It's too quick for you to investigate like what it actually is, but you grab it off the table. You can also grab what looks to be like a scroll case over on the side of the desk. You can grab that as well.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you grab it. Everything else in here is useless. You rush out.
And then you'll call for anybody. Any stragglers?
Yeah, you rush out and you like call out. The 3 people who you allowed to like jump off the ship have now like basically jumped into the arms of augurs and calling them. Like they jump into the arms and they say, "Oh, my hero!" and like towards the augurs, and you're like kind of sitting there like looking
I'm
at it.
smiling that they're happy.
Yeah, they're like there's people
Or that they're safe.
in tears, crying to themselves. The same initial people who you talked to, like walking up to them about what their situation was. Like they're like holding their faces right now and like kind of looking at what behind them. And you see people who are like on their knees. You see like the woman and her children who you save are like basically like holding on, like taking a statement from an augur over on the side. Mimosa and Ymir, you rush up onto the deck of the ship with this blue. Mimosa, you're holding the blue dragonborn basically on your side.
Mm-hmm.
You look over and you see currently you see Agar Carnelian, who is currently like navigating his lead augurs into their like places to take care of like the mess, and you see eye contact made, and he's like stares at what you're holding, stares at you, stares at Ymir. Like
Ymir's just skating around.
yeah, you're skating around the top of the ship.
We did it! We did it! What's going on?
It's at this moment. I need Mimosa and Ymir to make a dexterity saving throw. Father Cruise, you do not need to make a dexterity saving throw. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Hooray!
10.
14.
12.
You all fail.
Wait, can I? No, it's too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, we already know the result.
We all die.
Mm-mm. You each take no, Mimosa and Ymir, you take 30 points of fire damage as the inside of the engine combusts and the wood from underneath just blows upwards. The ground below you elevates you into the air a bit, and you are blasted back onto the sides of the ship, both separated from one another. Ymir to like one side and Mimosa to the other. Father Cruise, the forceful impact of the ship breaking in half. The chain is only holding on to one side of the ship. Your strength saving throw was for you to hold on to the part of the ship that was still maintained to the dock. Your strength failed. So you are now on the opposite part of the ship that is now basically falling away from its leverage. Ymir,
So it's like falling midair?
yeah, you are not falling yet, but you have now. The ship has broken apart in the middle where you see the mast of like the front part of the ship and the back part of the ship. The back part of the ship was not being held by that chain. The front part was. So you are basically like teetering off right now. Like the ship is like tilting. And your part is not being supported by any means other than the floor below you, which is only maybe like 10 feet across until it breaks off into clouds and like what you can only imagine is a kingdom below you. Mimosa and Ymir, the ringing in your ears finally stops. Mimosa, you're holding onto this body. You realize that an unconscious body that takes damage may be suffered to that same problem. And you immediately look over and you see that there is like burn and sigil wounds. You don't know if your body protected them enough to keep them unconscious or alive, but you have limited time. You have about a minute in case they are dead to revive them. So you need to make a decision if you're still up.
Which part is those two on?
They're on the opposite part of the ship. Like they broke to left and right, and they are both on the side of the ship that's still being maintained and held, and you are on the opposite side.
How much damage was that?
That was 30 fire damage.
Okay, Ymir's clocked the fuck out.
Oh no.
Is there any way
He
hardcore
only has
jump?
20 HP, 27 HP, and 2 temporary hit points. He's
Oh,
gone.
man.
Like he's
Oh
the fuck out. I don't know what you were thinking with that.
Wait, how much temp HP did we get?
We had 8 originally, but he took a few. If
Okay.
if I had one more point,
Mm-hmm.
that actually never mind. I still would have been out.
So yeah, Ymir's unconscious on the opposite side of the ship. He's secured, but right now there's like a huge explosion coming from the inside of the ship. Mimosa, are you up still?
Yes.
Mimosa,
I
you
am
see
dropping-
Ymir's. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm dropping Hannah immediately. I'm running over to get Ymir.
You rush over to Ymir. Father Cruise, you're on the opposite part of a ship. In order, you kind of like see that there's a jump that you have to make to get to the other side where your friends are.
I will try to do it.
You make an athletics check,
Okay.
You got that.
I'm gonna guidance myself.
please.
Yeah, please.
I will. Hold on. Math is hard. 21.
21.
I think it's good.
You jump over. It's a long distance. You still have to manage to like throw your arms forward and catch yourself by the chest on the opposite side, but you pull yourself back up. maintaining your strength from what you literally just made miraculously. You see the back half of the ship break off and fall.
Bruce pays no mind to it. Do I know where they
Yeah, you
are?
see your
Could I use,
mimosa.
like-
You see your mimosa has dropped whatever they were holding and rushes over to Ymir. And you have to make a decision now, Father Cruz. There are 2 bodies.
I'll pick up Hannah.
You pick up Hannah. This is not what I mean, though.
Oh, okay.
You have an unconscious friend and a potentially dying person. You have 2 people. You need to heal one of them.
Can I spare the dying one and heal the other?
You can spare the dying Ymir if you like. You don't know what's going on with the other one.
Could I lay on hands the unconscious person and spare the dying Ymir?
Not the same round.
Okay. I will pick up the body and spare the dying Ymir.
Okay. You pick up the
And
body.
then
spare
next
the
round
dying.
I'm able to.
Yeah.
I'll spare the dying
Wait.
person I'm holding.
Does it take a full action to heal me?
It would, unless you have a bonus action. Oh well, you can't take 2 spells anyways. So the lay on hands though
But
is
spare
just
the dying is a cantrip. Couldn't I do a cantrip and a spell?
is spare the dying a bonus action?
I don't know how
It's not.
spells work. Hold on.
I don't think it is. Spare the dying is an action, I believe.
It is no.
So, yeah, you would have to do one and then the other.
So is she able to pick?
Yeah,
Hannah up
yeah, they're able to
and
pick
heal me?
Hannah up fine. But
Oh, okay.
in order for them to like come over to you and like help you too, like they need to like choose which direction they're going first, either towards you or towards them, because Mimosa has
Okay.
dropped them and rushed over to you. So now Mimosa has gotten over to you. Ymir, you need to make a death saving throw.
Okay.
Time is moving very quick right now.
9.
9. Fail. Mimosa, you rush over and you see Ymir is currently like fired up and bloodied from like you see like stabs of like wood that have gone into the side of their chest, like impaling them on the side. You see that they're currently their shoulder is like basically busted and like thrown into the side of the ship. Mimosa, you rush over and you try to help stabilize in some way. Make a medicine check.
Okay.
Wait. Aren't I there?
You
Have I
will
spared
be
the dying
you'll be
yet?
there in a second. This is all the same round still.
Okay.
13.
13. You assist and you see that you're staunching the wound. Ymir, you're still awake and conscious, but you're noticing Mimosa and Father Cruz, and the ringing in your ears still hasn't stopped. You're kind of looking over. There's fire like curling from the inside of the ship upwards. You see the other back half of the ship where Father Cruz has jumped over, landed, and then falling to the city below. You look over and you wonder like what's going on the dock side. It's all flashing, and it's at that moment where you see like a friendly face of like someone holding a blue dragonborn on the side, take a knee to you, put a hand on you, onto your face and your cheek. Father Cruz, you look over and you see Ymir. You cast Spare the Dying.
I'll caress his face.
You caress
and
his
say we're
face
wrong.
like an angel, like looking upon you. Ymir.
So
Like this,
hot.
this
You have
beautiful
work
like
to
moment.
do.
Does
You're
Spare the
at
Dying
0.
heal?
No, you're at 0.
Oh.
You're alive. You're just
Okay.
you literally pass out from like the overwhelmedness. It's just like you pass out. Mimosa picks you up. Both of you rush off of the back end of the ship, which is still stabilized, but the front half of the ship, the back half of the ship, however, has plummeted. As you guys are rushing off of the dock side, the rest of you come back together. You see like hands over his head, Augur Carnelian is like staring off to the side of the dock. You see a lot of the augurs are still like ushering people, looking over. You see the one that's been manacled, Idris, the elven one is like looking up and staring at the ship. Everybody cannot take their eyes off what they just witnessed off the dock side of the skyship Strands. They are immediately taken aback by this, and a lot of them are just like in shock. Wrong dock.
Can I take my eyes away from the explosion happening on the ship to kind of like look at people that are trying to like sneak off?
Yeah, you look off and you see that the captain was trying to sneak off, and like you saw there's a bunch of people. Like some of them looked like normal like people, but like a lot of them are like just trying to get to that elevator which hasn't arrived yet, and like they're doing like by big rows of people. People, not everybody can just teleport out of here. Some people do. You see that there are some magical people who just vanish with dimension door and just go away. Um, there's a lot of people that are just trying to like make their escape.
I'd run over to Agar and I'll tell him, you should probably disable the elevator to leave everyone to questioning. But
Agar like looks up and he's like he's literally staring like at the city below him, and he's like, you look down too, Carnelian. Being right above the middle of the city, the ship part falls. I would like for, say, Father Cruise.
Hooray!
I want you to make a risk roll for me.
2020?
No,
Okay.
this is a little different. There are certain sections of the city that the ship could have hit. I would say based upon your ability to maneuver it, you may be able to have some choice and sway of where the ship lands. Well, the half of the ship, really. It's not that big, but it can do some damage if it falls in the wrong place. You have...
Water.
There is water in the distance too far away for it to reach that. However, there are 3 places it could land. You can either roll for it, or you can choose. Your roll will be a d6.
Choose.
So, all right. Here's your 3 options. Number 1. This can fall like straight down, like basically right into the spires. It would hit some of the towers, maybe even Laurent's tower. Or your brother's. The second option. This crashes down. It hits the home where Ymir and Velu live. And where you guys had stayed previously. Or 3. It crashes down into the Crystal Lakes right next to where the sauna is. And manages to... That's probably the least amount of damage, if it was anywhere.
What's the downside of the Crystal Lakes?
The only downside is that if there is anybody currently there, they may get hurt. But the other 2 locations definitely have people there. That's the only one that you're not sure. That's the only one. This is like the what's it called, the rail problem, the railroad problem, whatever, the trolley problem.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'd say the Crystal Lakes because the towers have invaluable information and the housing could have, families.
yeah, I would say with that, Father Cruise, since you had the last helm of that ship being the captain it needed, you were able to maneuver the back end of that ship, even with your last final kick off of it, to go in the right direction. As you're staring down, you see Agar, who still is very concerned about where it's landed. Carnelian, you look down and you see that it has landed directly into the bridge that was like crossing to the sauna area, and there's spatterings of wood and everything that now flood the lake and like have risen up. A couple of buildings have taken the shrapnel and shards from like whatever has burst across. There are some people who are injured. You can see them from up here, like little ants. But you know that was probably the minimum amount of casualty that could have happened. Right now, the rest of you have gotten off the ship. Ymir, you're at 0 HP. Mimosa, you're holding on. Not Mimosa, Father Cruise, you're holding on to this blue dragonborn. You see Augur rush up, is like, dude, what's going on?
The ship went down, but we evacuated everybody.
He like nods, like, thank God. Like grabs onto the hand. Oh, they like do a medicine check. They like put their hand down. They're like, we need someone to do something soon for this person. They're still with us.
Me, I can.
Hey, here, would you like to do it? I can also do it.
It's up to you. Is there anyone else who needs healing? Because Whoever's the priority here, if you're better at
Ymir's
it,
passed the fuck out being
You take
held
care
by.
of them, and then Cruz will give 10 points to Ymir.
Okay.
This fuck.
okay.
10 points to Ymir. Ymir, you're back up. You're being held by Mimosa. You have shrapnel like wood in your side still.
Can you please take this out? It hurts.
Don't move.
Everything hurts.
You're okay. I got you.
Oh my god. I think I saw like a really fucking hot angel before I was dying. It was really crazy.
It was me, wasn't it?
I wish it was you, but I didn't see you the entire time. Oh god.
Okay, you can close your eyes and go back to sleep.
Okay, good night. And he closes his eyes again.
Would it be wrong for me if I made him fall asleep by punching him?
Yes.
Just,
Maybe.
I think we need to focus on what just happened.
I'm gonna put my hand on a guard's shoulder. So the elevator.
The elevator is like crammed with people right now. He's like, we can do and you see like kind of looking over. There's another Augur. You see Augur Ren, the goblin, who's like, got it. It's like kind of like small little goblin rushes over to the front of the elevator and like literally like puts a hand on a rune on the side, and you see from his armor like gleams very brightly, and it stops the elevator. It's like, everybody out, get out, get out. And they're all like rushing out of the thing. Like, oh god.
Hey guys, I'm gonna wake back up again. Is our lead okay?
Is
Idris?
I'm assuming we're all grouped up right
Idris,
now.
did you
Jacob?
heal the blue dragonborn?
Yes, I cast Healing Word.
How much hit points did you restore back to them?
5.
Okay. They I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, guys. I rolled a nat 1 on my first death save for them.
Oh.
Should I spare the dying then?
No, it's not the problem. You're fine. But I'm saying on that roll, like they automatically failed because of the damage, and I rolled a nat 1 on the save, which would have failed too, which would have automatically killed them. However, because of your decision making, Father Cruz, to go pick them up, I allowed them to have that last death saving throw, which they succeeded, and then it just cast.
So happy.
That the decision making on that was really important. That's why I had
God.
the decision happen, because they rolled a nat 1 on their death save.
Cruz,
Great job,
well,
team.
Cruz will
Magic
noogie
cups.
Mimosa's bald head and say he's glad he's safe.
Yeah, you nat nods. The person, the dragonborn that just got like healed up, they're like,
We fucked you up. Ow!
Hey,
You fucking
stop. Both of you stop.
You guys didn't even see what happened. We were like, "Oh, never mind, I'm done talking." And he's gonna go
Kill
back
this
to sleep.
person?
Stop.
We need magic cuffs on this blue dragonborn. They're the lead of this operation.
Yeah,
as
we
you
kicked her
guys
ass.
release all this, Idris,
No.
I want you to pay attention to something, specifically you, on the deck of the ship, the skyship Strands, the docks. You look over back to the Half-Elven woman. They're in cuffs and they're being investigated. You see them pulling a book out.
Idris is going to point wildly and start like
Yeah, but I'm-
she's gonna shove the dragonborn into somebody's arms and then run over.
And like it rushes over. You see like there's a human, like the same human augur that was like initially interacting with Carnelian is like holding the book and looking at it. It's like, that's weird. They're like,
Wait!
just look at you.
Oh my god! I think that's my brother's book.
Do you know the name of it?
Help somebody.
I didn't write that down. Sorry.
Hold on.
Make a history check for me, Idris. If you fail this, it's going straight to the augurs.
What did this say? She's the
Curses
author. What did his
and
name be on the book?
alchemical testing.
That.
Volume 3.
I got a 19.
Y'all lucky I like y'all. All right. The augur looks up the human who doesn't know any better to do. It's just a book. What damage can it do? Just hands it to you.
oh my, oh. And just gonna literally like hold on to the book, gripping it with both of her arms, and she's just gonna hold it and waddle back over to the group.
Is it the right book though?
Oh, good point.
No, it's the right book. I mean, like it was
Okay.
it was transcripted in common on the top of it. I mean, they were able to read it, and once you recite it, they're like, okay.
Your brother will be so happy.
And then she's gonna
Ooh,
literally
so
start
rich.
crying because Ymir and Mimosa are both okay, and so is Father Cruz. And she's gonna be like, "Oh my god, I thought you guys were dead."
No, we like. Oh, never mind. I don't want to. I don't want to talk right now.
The
The important thing is we're fine now.
yeah,
Yeah.
the night becomes somber as a lot of people are just stuck up here in the docks until some people arrive to either like porter them out or to like get the elevator back working when the investigation's over.
Oh,
Go ahead.
could I use one of my sending scrolls to write to Laurent?
Yeah. What do you want to say?
I want to tell him that we found his third volume.
Let him know. Write it. Sends back. I'm gonna say some time passes before you receive something back. Laurent,
Can I,
go ahead.
the maps?
Yes, absolutely. The maps are on the ship. I'm gonna deliver that to you guys as far as like, you know, visualizing them for you at a later time. But what they are actually is one is a map of Oracle, just like the whole entire like top down like where everything is, including like the skyship Strands area. The other map is actually a world map. Like it's a world map, but specifically it is a flight path map where it shows the different skyship flight paths. This one specific. Excuse me, I just burped. That was gross. Specifically a skyship map, and the markings are directly to Halavar. And then there's another destination from Halavar to Arlusha.
And then the scrolls?
The scrolls. This is a scroll case. These are just seem to be messages that were like missives passed between the first mate and whoever. It looks like maybe this would be good evidence. If you wanted to go through one by one and read them, you can absolutely try. It would take some time though.
Would give it to Carnelian since this is his entire ordeal.
Yeah.
We'll stash it.
Yeah, you stash it for the time. You guys are
The map?
Yeah.
The world map?
No, that's mine. You get the messages.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
the
Guys, while we were like fighting, it was like these random blasts of energy that flew in.
Oh yeah.
That was me.
Oh,
Like,
I appreciate that. That was really helpful.
yeah, Velu,
I
you,
didn't know you
you
were
don't
fighting
know.
someone.
how did you know?
I didn't.
You're so good at magic. Could you give me like a private lesson later?
Maybe.
Literally coughing up blood, Ymir.
Eyes on the prize, guys.
You need to stop talking so much.
My bad. I'm
just gonna grab a piece of bread from like another pocket and just put it in his mouth.
Yeah.
Carnelian, while this is all happening, is gonna keep his eye on two people. The person that had the book and the blue dragonborn,
Yeah.
Hannah.
Blue Dragonborn Hannah is at 6 hit points and not happy.
They have
Who's
cuffs
that?
on them, right?
They have the braces on them. Yes, they are currently. How do I describe this? They are currently being carried right now because they are trying to resist. They are pushing like away from some of the augurs, and other augurs come over and like kind of grapple them, basically arm barring them along with the cuffs. They try to muscle out of it, and you see like another augur comes over and literally just like picks them up by their feet, and now they're being carried out.
Mimosa's gonna laugh loudly at her situation.
You hear a draconic like growl, like that like kind of peer back at you.
Cruz will wave them goodbye.
Yeah, they're being
Carnelian
escorted,
wants to.
and you see them vanish with
point.
teleportation.
Oh, never mind then.
Hey, if they travel, they travel. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Carnelian's just gonna watch the one that had the book then. And then also the captain.
That captain has
Because they got
has
jumped.
has like black eyes and fucking like cuts on their face. They've been separated, and now the captain's literally like being like detained. Like they like somehow involved in things, and like there's augurs that are like kind of wrapping up the scene. There's a lot of people who are just kind of on the side waiting. Like even like that mother and her kids are still there, and you see the mothers being cuffed. You see that the people that you talked to on the top of the ship have gotten cuffed. You see that people who are like basically everybody's get under arrest right now, except for you guys.
Okay.
Every single person on this ship is being somehow detained in some way, whether or not it be like by forceful means or by compliance.
We're the rats.
Carnelian will walk up to Augur again, and
Yeah,
just
Agar's
look
like
up at him.
Agar is still staring at the ground and just like trying to assess what to do next because all of his enforcers are up here.
Okay, so Augur,
What?
hey, you good?
I don't know. I'm not sure if I'll even be an augur after this.
Why not?
He just stares at you.
I warned you that I needed help. I tried, but
Look, I don't know what happened. If this was their intention was to blow up the ship and cause panic, we're going to try our best to figure out what was going on in there. However, this is bad. Looks down. It's like, this is going to have repercussions to my force, to many others. They will find out who did this. And he just like, his teeth are like gritting and like his mouth is like kind of shaking. His eyes are wide. And he's just looking around left and right. He's like, I don't know who to send or what even to do because I think it has to be me. So I got to go. And he like looks up
Okay,
and he's like
hold
looks at the rest of the people. He looks at you one more time.
okay, you owe me. What's it called? I need to investigate a few of these people.
I don't think that's possible right now.
Okay.
You
well,
get what you
event-
can right now, but I would be surprised if I'm even in charge when this is over. And you see him teleport
no.
away.
Yeah. Bongo.
Bongo is currently
No.
Bongo is currently on the back of the blue dragonborn, like jumping on them. Like,
Good shit, man.
and he, like,
I'm gonna take
kinda,
out
like,
one
kinda,
of
like
the.
does that thing where dogs like pull their butt across the carpet and on top of them, you know?
That's this is my fucking familiar, guys. I'm gonna try and yoink one of the shrapnels in my chest.
Yeah, you can do it. Make a medicine check.
Can I help?
Yes.
Okay. 6.
6.
I helped you.
That was with help.
I rolled twice.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
You pull on it and immediately feel bone, and you pass out,
Ah.
and you're gone, and you're gone. You fade out. The rest of your time up here, is there anything that anybody you want to investigate some of these people up here, Carnelian, as much as you can, before all of them kind of teleport away? I'm gonna say just go ahead and make a investigation check now, and I'll let you know what information you gather from all the people that you investigate through. This is gonna take about.
Can I get blessed?
Yeah. Can I get people pamphlets?
We're gonna do a couple things, but we're gonna do this first.
Somebody wake me up.
I've gotten 4 nat ones this one session. I'm
so sorry.
sad.
Look, your investigation falls a little short. The worst part about this investigation, Carnelian, is that it's heartbreaking to you. Most of the people you talked to were not escaping because they were criminals. They were escaping because they had found out that like they could find freedom from their like religion. Like there's a lot of people who are traveling to Halavar because they're being persecuted based upon their beliefs. Like these were people who were in Oracle hiding from people and were being found out by like people. And the augurs have to arrest them because they were doing fanatic work. And they were trying to leave to start a new life and they can't.
Interesting.
The information you peel from your investigation is that a lot of these were criminals, but a lot of them were people who were just trying to do better. Some of them were just bad. Some of them were just straight up like bad people who were just trying to make a buck and leave. You know, like they said, oh, free trip to go to my next place where I'm going to do my con. So those people you feel more confident about. but a lot of them were just people who are trying to escape.
Okay.
And as you kind of go around to your investigations, you think now, and I think all of you kind of come to this realization, the ship and the captain, they probably weren't meant to know anything what was going on purpose, because if that happened, then they may have been in trouble in the first place, and if they would have known, then they would have delivered criminals purposefully and been in trouble. The only people who probably knew about this was that blue dragonborn and maybe the half-elven woman. The captain you see now is like honestly just a for-hire captain.
Yeah.
Like the reason they left was because they were not meant to be on this ship. It's just another ship to them. So that's your investigation. You come to like the sad realization that some people who are trying to make better for their lives are now being arrested and probably not going to be leaving Oracle anytime soon. Father Cruz, you hand out pamphlets to some of these people though, however, and it is a little bit of a shred of hope. You manage to hand out, I don't know how many you have, but like
It's just an
infinite amount of
supply, right?
pamphlets that you just happen to
Awesome.
have.
Could be canon.
It generates, that's actually your homebrew item. It just infinitely generates pamphlets. You hand them out. And some people like look at you and they're like, you saved us. And they knew what you did.
I'm just doing what any other person would do.
And some of them smiles. You see there's a Furbolg Augur who's currently like going and taking like notes like left and right and kind of looks at you. It's like, he like looks at you, nods at you, and he's like, you make us proud.
You too.
Just nods and let's go. Continues on. Yeah, you managed to hand out pamphlets. You assume you only assume you've gained like many followers because of this tragedy.
Bro's getting motion. Yo,
When do I get my pay?
We'll find that out.
somebody wake me up, bro.
No, you're
I'm
passed
not.
the fuck
Oh,
out.
I will heal people who need healed.
Not a lot of people do, but there are some. Mainly the people
used-
who got off last.
I'll heal whoever the fuck you are for 5.
Okay. You just pass that around.
Where the fuck I am? for
Yeah, I
5.
forgot your name.
It's crazy.
You get healed for another 5 hit points.
And then I'll heal a bunch of random other people.
You're kind of putting a pool of 1 hit point out there for everybody.
Right.
Mimosa. Your rage
Hi.
ends, of course.
Yeah.
The tightening of your neck from you trying to restrain whatever it was that was coming forth. The eyes kind of the blackened ichor never really leaves your face, as it just kind of staunches and like crusts over your eyes. Father Cruz, you see your son who has a similar look to what you're familiar with.
Mimosa's he's basically just staring down at the city while holding Ymir, just silent.
Hey, chin up. You did good.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
I don't know. I mean, Ymir could have died there. I mean, we all could have died there.
But you saved him.
I did.
You should focus on that, the good that you did, not the bad.
I'm going to go ahead and time skip you guys a little bit.
Hooray!
You all move through the scenes of getting reconvened with one another, taking down the elevator if you need to take that. Some of you teleport in ways that are familiar. However, we return back down to the hall where the augurs of Oracle lie and statements are being made. There's a huge uprising of people who have now entered into the Go Hall. There's citizens like surrounding it because people's houses have been broken. There's like damages to the streets. Businesses are being blocked in by debris of the skyship. In the guild hall that is here, a massive uproar of like just people are here. You guys are in the center, kind of just standing here, like listening, like there's this big like overwhelmingness of people, but you are all kind of sitting here right now, and you are all escorted to the back into a room where you see a half-elven woman and a blue dragonborn are currently locked into a room. Very similar in nature to Carnelian and Ymir, a lead room. Agar, Augur, and a couple of other augurs are here as well, but they're all posted like on the outside of this room. And they allow all 6 of you to go into this room and conduct whatever you need to conduct, this being your investigation. All of you enter into this room. The 2 apprehended people in this room, you see the augurs stop you. It's like, we got some names. This is Hannah.
Okay.
We got her. We got Hannah. And then like there's like a nod like left to right. It's like everybody like kind of acknowledges that. This other one, their name's Oxy.
Writing that down.
Actually, what do they look like?
The half-elven woman, black hair, down, jet black hood, cloak. They look like they have some other features, but they're a little bit obscured. I think they may be Fae.
Okay.
Oxy Limwell.
You gotta give me the full. You give me the first name and your full name.
Good luck. And just kind of like opens the door and lets you guys go in.
Oh wow, that was okay.
Mm.
All of us are in there.
All 6 of you are in this room. The augurs are posted outside. There's actually 2 augurs that are inside with you, but they're just there to like monitor. The two people who are in there. Look, you got your first one, right? The 2 augurs that are in there are familiar. There's the human and then there's the furbolg.
Okay.
So not unfamiliar augurs to you, but the 2 individuals are actually separated on opposite sides of the room, both chained to the wall. You see that Hannah, the blue dragonborn, is currently sitting against the wall with like lead chains around them and also these magical glyphs around them. They are like restrained. And then you see Oxy on the opposite side, who is just normally restrained, just sitting down. No like things holding them to the wall, but they are just sitting there. And
Okay.
all 6 of you walk in.
What the fuck do we want to ask?
Oh, we could ask a number of things.
Why
Okay.
they wanted the book?
Ah, that's what I was about to say. I'm just curious as to why they had it, how they got it, and what they were gonna do with it.
How they know about the Xenophane? Why were they
Yes!
leading the charge on the people who didn't want this kind of religion?
Why
And
were they
who's-
taking refugees?
Who sent them?
Okay. Carnelian will walk over to the augurs. So, the limit here is I can't touch them, correct?
You don't know. I mean, you kind of get a glimpse of like insight towards these people just passively. You seem like you have like the room to them, but they will stop anything that will like prevent them from like, you know, like you don't know how mean they are to people in these cells, but then again, you also don't know like if they're going to
So
stop
I'm
you.
asking them. Like, I can't. Like, I'm not allowed to touch them. Or, like. What is
The
my
augur
limit?
kind of stares at you surprisingly. It's like, please don't kill anybody.
Oh. Okay, so just don't kill them. I won't torture
That's
them either.
not. No, don't do anything that would harm somebody.
Okay, understood. And Carnelian will walk over. Who do we start with first?
The blue one.
The blue one. Okay. Carnelian will oh god. Okay. Carnelian will walk up to Hannah. You
Mhm.
said they're chained up to the wall.
Yeah, like
really
they're
bad?
they are fully like chained up.
Like each limb?
Like yeah, like they have iron, like they have like lead iron like shackles, and then they also have the magical glyph bracers that are on them that prevent their like any type of magical means. They've also been stripped of their armor,
Okay.
so they are like just in their common clothes.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the augurs. All this conversation, by the way, with the augurs, I'm like whispering so that it's harder
Sure.
for
fine.
the prisoners to hear. I'm gonna be like, okay.
The room's
I'm not gonna
rather
harm them.
the room's rather large. It's not like a 10 by 10 room, you know. It's like this is a big room.
Okay. I'm not gonna harm them. I'm just gonna intimidate them. Is that cool? We'll
step
okay
in
with
if
that
we
part?
need to.
Okay. Cool. I'm bluffing, by the way. Alright, and then Carnelian will walk back over to the blue dragonborn. He'll kind of show his belt of different guns that he has in front of her. And then he will kind of like eeny, meeny, miny, mo pick his flintlock.
You see that
And,
the two augurs do put a hand on their like weapon that they have just as like a secure motion, and all five of you are just like, whoa.
I want to take out this flintlock, and I'm just going to click it a few times, and then I'm just going to cross my arms with my flintlock showing and stand right next to their face so that my, like, or kind of like heads are near side by side.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to, like, nod over for someone, ask.
Ymir's just gonna look at the others. Okay.
Cruise,
Oh, I have to do it? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna volunteer. I thought you were
No,
gonna do it.
no, you do it, please.
I'm
By all
waiting.
means.
Carnelian's whole
I would
story
do
is
it.
like, I'm so cool, but I'm surrounded by morons. Like it's like
I would do
his whole
it.
story.
I don't know what to ask. What do I ask?
Does anyone ask what you want to know? That's
Like, what do you mean? What do you ask?
ask a question.
I
Why
want to
did
ask
you
about
guys
the
want the book?
refugees.
okay. One at a time.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm going. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going.
God.
Is there like a
We're all
chair
so polite.
across from? Is there a chair across from Hannah?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Then now there is.
Cruz will just pull. Oh, thanks. Cruz will pull up a chair. So why were you helping the refugees?
Hannah's like, look. Hannah looks up. And it's like, I wasn't helping them. Just happened to
Why
be a
not?
good cover.
Then what were you trying to do?
Looks over across from you over towards the half-elven.
Wait! I'm so sorry! Really quick, I'm so sorry. Could I please cast Zone of Truth?
Ooh.
Oh my
Sure.
God. Go!
You're in a lead you are in a lead box right now, so you're only contained to the area in here and nothing outside. Is that fine?
That's perfectly fine as
Okay.
long as we have them both like
I
in
need
the zone.
anybody who does not want to be in the zone of truth to make a saving throw.
I will make a saving
Can
throw.
I get guidance,
Was it-
Make a
please?
saving throw.
No.
I really need guidance.
No.
Yes,
No.
I would need to fail
Cruz
this
is
for
based on
success.
honor.
Oh my god. What am I making?
You don't want liars.
What-
Is
what
it
saving
wisdom?
throw?
We don't
Right.
want liars.
It's a wisdom saving throw, right, Idris?
If I fail this shit, I'm not gonna be intimidating.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Just don't say anything else.
Yes.
Yep. Wisdom
Where's the
save.
wisdom saving throw? Hold on.
What's a
Did I-
save,
Are we
actually?
all rolling?
I got a 15. What's
You
the save?
save. Cruz will judge you.
It's 12.
Disappointed by his father.
Fuck.
Fuck 8.
Is it
Man.
wisdom?
I mean, it's not the point of like the investigation,
Fine.
right? But then again, it's
Fine,
like
why do
you
you
guys
want
will
to
know it's
lie?
there. I'm gonna make 2 rolls, I
That's
guess.
a lie to be intimidating.
Actually, I have to make 4
I can't
rolls.
see.
Don't worry, I'll be intimidating.
Ymir
Fun.
can lie as well. Ymir is fine.
Okay, guys. I rolled a nat 20, but I'm not gonna tell you which one.
Well, Idris would know. If
Oh yeah, it's right. It just would know. Hannah passed natural 20 on the roll for their resistance to Zone of Truth.
Mm.
They didn't even. That was crazy. I even had a blue dice, and I was like, this is theirs.
How long does Zone of Truth last for?
Let's see here. So spell ends. That's a great question. 10 minutes. You've got 10 minutes.
Cornelia will leave Hannah and walk to the other side of the room.
Okay. Walk to
So-
the opposite side.
How is this person positioned again?
They're just sitting down. I mean, they're kind of like, their knees are up a little bit. Not in like a fetal position, but like, they're just kind of presently just sitting on the wall waiting for something. They have no hood anymore. Their ears are showing, like face is showing, fully like out there. The magical bracers that are on them prevent any of the magic that was kind of obfuscating what they're looking like their descriptive features were. And also their voice was being changed based upon some magic, so you may hear a different voice as well.
Okay. Are they chained to a wall? Or
No,
a desk?
they're just sitting down on their own. Like they don't have any chains to them. They're not as dangerous apparently.
They're not
No.
bind. They're only.
They
only
just
have
they
handcuffs?
just have handcuffs.
Oh, this is gonna be harder. Okay. Carnelian will get on one knee down in front of them, still holding his gun, and kind of like post it on his knee, pointing at them. We'll start with you. Cruise. Ask away.
Wait, we changed to him?
Yeah, we changed because they failed the Zone of Truth.
What
Yeah.
do we want to know?
Who has questions asked? Please.
I don't have
What-
anything. But, you know what? No, I have a question.
No!
What you ask?
What were you doing with the book?
Looks up. Delivering.
To who?
Looks over at the opposite side of the wall and sees the person that they make eye contact with, and then they kind of look back up. It's like, I was just supposed to drop it off and get off.
Idris is now gonna side eye Hannah. All right.
Carnelian's gonna put his gun off of his knee and put it a little closer to them, not touching them, but pretty close to where I'm like invading their personal space.
Yeah, the
What was
augurs
your reward for this book?
looks at it as like the rewards that they offer us aren't necessarily always defined in gold and power. Sometimes it's as easy as omnipotence and not being known, being secret, being hidden. I was more interested in not being found after this.
What do you have to hide?
Who doesn't have
That
to hide
ugly
something?
face, apparently. Look at her hood.
Looks over at you, Mimosa. It's like very clever. But everybody knows who you are now.
Why did you need a ship full of refugees to hide?
It's cover.
What easier way to get away with crime than hiding behind crime?
It just looks like you brought attention to yourself.
How did they
Wouldn't have-
find you for the job?
We don't get direct job offers. We get sending scrolls.
For a sending scroll, you have to be familiar with someone. How were you familiar with them before?
I must have let a good impression on somebody, I suppose. Sometimes you just
Must be
meet the
the
right
same
people.
way. It must be the same way that Organi, the other Dragonborn, got their dealings, and then they were sent to ships like this with covers such as the refugees to get a job or finish a job, and then
We are not
they're on their
the,
way.
we are only just the thrall of it all. Don't you see that? This
What were
isn't.
you going to do in Halavar?
I wasn't stopping at Halavar.
They were gonna hop on, deliver, get off, and then promise of hiding.
He's paying
Where are you gonna hide to?
Kind of stops talking for a second. I think you're out of time. You guys hear the door. As you guys see the door open, you guys see standing in like a very ordained like suit and like very like cuffed vest, gold increasing on the wall. It's like, this is over. Everybody out. You have no idea who this person is. Oh, but the Augur stands straight up and literally starts escorting all of you guys out.
Carnelian puts his gun away and slowly stands up and walks out.
Yeah, all 6
Please
of
will
you.
give the guy pamphlet.
Doesn't even acknowledge you. Just like out, like all of you are escorted out. Door closes. You see 5 or 6 different like people who are ordained and like dressed in a certain way, and you see Laurent, who is also here, dressed very, very, very nicely. He is currently like in discussion with like one of the augurs and talking and like discussing on like stolen stuff, but mainly talking to another one that's very similarly dressed, and like nodding, and you just hear like Idris, you hear this kind of in the distance, like, so you let them in here and they cause this discussion to our home? This is what you're going to do to us? You think that you're just going to be able to have a time here, enjoy yourself in this city, and then bring destruction? What's wrong with you? And just like this like hush of moments, like Juan's like, I didn't look. It's my family. You can't stop me. It's like, well, go find a different one. And walks away. And Laurent's just standing there for a second and thinking to himself. Turns around to you, Idris. It's like, Idris, and hugs you.
She's obviously going to hug him back.
Yeah, just hugs you. It's like, I'm so happy. I saw what was going on. I knew you were going. I could have. I'm happy you're okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No.
Shush.
This
shush.
was-
Shut up. Let me hug you. Just hold you.
You're such a worrywart. Listen to me. I'm sorry.
The sky was falling. Literally. It was not.
I saw it happen.
Saw it too. Everybody saw it.
I'm just glad you weren't injured yourself. That
It could have been worse. But people did get hurt.
Anyone killed?
I do not know. That's
Okay.
there are people out there right now. Augurs have been put out there, and I don't know. We were lucky to have clerics on the standby from the last time we needed them, but
Last time.
when Ergani, I've just been told about everything. Laurent like is really well dressed right now, and he like has this demeanor about him that's like putting on a position. His hair's slicked back, his glasses are on. He has like this, like he's really nicely dressed. He kind of looks over at all 6 of you. It's like there's a lot of commotion from the council, and as one of their trusted underlings, they are very tearing into me right now about who you all are. I don't know if that's what your intent is to be known, but you are definitely making yourself known now. I would recommend something, but I got your letter, Idris.
Oh, yes. She like reaches into her bag and she produces the book.
As the book is produced outwards, Laurent says, wait, put it back.
She shoves it back in her bag. Goodbye.
No, listen to me. And as he's hugging you, he's whispering into your ear in Leonin. Idris, leave the city with that book. Do not come back here. I'm afraid that the council will take this. I have told them that they have already taken it. But I've destroyed the letter you sent me.
She responds back in Leonin. Where do you want me to go?
Anywhere but here.
Very well. I'll set off immediately.
I love you. I just hold you.
I love you.
Backs off. Says, I'm going to deal with this. Walks away.
Idris immediately starts like walking to the door.
Yeah. You guys see Idris just
what the-
180 and go.
Whoa. What's going on? Amir's following.
Agar
I need my
Carstallion
money.
stops
What
in
are we
front of you guys
doing?
for a second. It's like, hold on. Like, guys, before you leave. And just like, you guys, he clomps over. You all did tremendously from what I understand. There hasn't been any record of any type of ill will from any of you. All the reports we've gotten back said you're heroes. Thank you.
Cool.
I'm sorry. This
That's our job.
damage.
That's our job. It's not your job. It's my job. That's the problem. It's my job. I failed, not you. All of you did fine. You did what you could. There's nothing you could have done that would have prevented any of this chaos. We have done everything we possibly can to remediate the situation, and we can only keep moving forward from here. And that is the best. Thank you, all. I don't know what I could have done without any of your help. And he like nods and walks away.
Damn it! I forgot to ask for a reward. I don't want no money here.
There's a couple people. There's a couple people who rush over to you who are just like people who are like bystanders. You see like currently like there's like a bunch of like crowds of people who are like just rushing over to you. It's like rushes over to Carnelian. It's like, hey, we saw you had a gun. And they're like kind of like going over and like kind of like inspecting you up and down a little bit. It's like, what kind of guns do you have?
I'm gonna keep my distance from everybody, and if they get too close, I'm gonna
Mimosa,
push
you
back.
get kind of surrounded by a couple of people who are like, so where are you actually from, huh? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about where your home is? Wow, what a weird skin color you have. What's going on with that?
Whoa,
Mimosa's
whoa!
immediately
Oh,
starts
whoa.
He pushes his way out of the building immediately. Like,
Velu, you get approached, and it's like, interesting. We haven't seen you here before. What's your name?
Bella's gonna walk off immediately.
Wait, Appetizer Tavern?
Ymir's like, wow, an air genasi. We only see those in the Makoti Desert. Where have you come
Yeah,
from?
no, I do come from the Makoti. I mean, if you have any more questions and concerns, I can totally take commissions, and I will answer any questions by the price.
Do you know
of
about the Nova
5
Knight?
gold pieces. Yeah, wait. No, I wasn't born during that time. I can't really tell you anything.
Can you talk about the Sandman? What do you know about the Sandman?
You have money? Can you give me money?
It's like you're getting surrounded right now, Ymir. Like you are like there's 5, 6, 10, 12 people now surrounding you. Velu.
Idris,
Yeah.
Idris interjects and she grabs Ymir's arm and she's like, "We're taking no further questions at this time."
Oh my god, sorry. See you guys later.
She's
Father
gonna drag him
Cruz,
out.
you are getting like applauded. Like,
Cruz will just be like, you know, putting his hand up, like, no need to thank me. Take these pamphlets, you know.
handing pamphlets out, infinite pamphlets for everybody, just flies into the air like cash. Like, grab the pamphlets. I want a signature.
Honestly, best homebrew item.
I touched him. No, I touched him. It's like in the back corner.
Idris is gonna open the door back up. She's going, "Father Cruz, we might need you out here."
I want your babies, Father Cruz.
Thank you. And then Cruz will just like run to his son.
Yeah, Mimosa's immediately like beelining towards an alley
I also
somewhere
want.
with no people.
You guys all escape the guild hall.
This town was fun, but
I
No,
want
what?
to leave.
Why were you leaving, Idris?
Um,
Why'd you start running off? What was that?
I can't really say here, but I just know I have to leave. It's been so nice meeting you all.
Whoa, wait, that's really, really sudden.
I would like for
I can't explain it.
I want Carnelian to make a perception check or an insight check, one or the other. Idris, I want you to make a deception check.
Insight for sure.
I'll tell you one thing though
guidance.
before you
Yeah, give me
choose
guidance.
this as well, or Carnelian. I'm gonna let you know this now. A perception may be more gleamful than an insight depending on your role. I'm just letting you know that.
When you say it like that, now
I'm
I
just
have
letting
to
you
go
know.
Perception.
Hey, different information. That's all it is. Depends on how high you roll.
Are you okay?
I gave you guidance.
I have a fucking 8. I'm sick of this shit.
Which one was it for?
Slam my desk.
Which one was
I
it
got
for?
perception.
Okay, for perception. You
Mine
you don't manage to gleam anything off your friend. They just look like they're in a hurry. And
mine was a 15.
You only
needed to know.
And
Oh,
even
okay, cool.
even in your passive insight, you can only assume that your friend is just being overwhelmed by all this. Yeah.
Do you have to leave now, Idris?
Yes. absolutely. I need to go.
Wait,
Oh,
Anywhere but here.
If you're leaving, me and Mimosa can escort you.
Yes, I would
We're
love to
also
leave
leaving.
now.
I
I don't like this popularity either. I'm not gonna lie.
Ymir and Velu, coming from the street, you guys see Dred. You guys see him clomping on over, walking over to you two. Ymir, Velu,
Hi.
were you not going to show up today? Was that the plan?
I'm not here. You don't see me actually. Well, you don't have eyes.
Look,
Sorry.
I never had anything in my life happen like what just did, and that meant so many people rushed in for support, and so many people rushed in to help me get into this place and be secure from what was going on up there. And you weren't
We
there.
were up there. We were up there.
And
at
where
that
were you
moment.
supposed to be? That's right.
Home, asleep.
In the tavern.
No,
I thought. Oh, I thought I didn't have a shift today. I thought I
You-
was off.
Look,
we didn't have a
Ymir,
shift. You're
Velu.
lying.
My expectation of both of you is to come whenever you are needed, and you were not here for my call. I had so many patrons. I had 10 patrons, Ymir. 10.
I'm sorry. I got blown into fucking bits by a blast of fire. I really couldn't have shown up.
This is the reason why Dred is dead. Dred is dead. All of it's dead. It's dead. It's done. Don't worry about it. And just walks off.
Do we still get like a end pay or like what's up with that?
Don't show up.
And what if I do?
No response.
That's just horrible. You guys were in an accident and just thinks about himself.
did you
Oh, I
just
wasn't
get
in an
fired?
accident. Yeah, we just
Well,
got
you
fired.
could have been.
Oh.
It was like my 10th mistake in the past week. I don't even think. I feel like he's being a little dramatic.
I never made any mistakes, and the fact that he's firing me, I'm just gonna go to HR.
I feel like that's guilty by association. Hey
Nice
guys,
having Incredible.
if you guys would like, we could also accompany you. Seeing as we are currently out of the job. And honestly, like aside from that, I also don't like the attention as much as you think I do. And you guys are really cool people, so and capable. So, but can we at least go to our house before we leave because I have shit that I need to grab?
We're gonna have to sneak over there, or we might get unwanted
So-
attention.
From who?
As you say from who, there's people leaving the guild hall right now and seeing, like, looking around left and right, and not even an insight is needed to know they're looking for, like, the 6 people who are on the roof, who basically are the only ones that weren't criminals that got released.
Look,
Cruz will draw the crowd to preach.
I'm leaving Cruise.
we need to go.
I'm
Cruz,
I
come
wanna
on.
leave.
leaving
I don't
and
wanna
dashing
be
Cruise.
here anymore.
I'll meet you guys at the gate.
Cruz, you're being
I
pulled
missed
by
a
your
step
friends.
away.
Like, you're being, like, dragged along with my mimosa.
The followers.
I'm gonna
They're
run
already
toward-
holding pamphlets, too, and they're just, like, fanning themselves with it. I'm going to go ahead and say that is the end of our session.
Yeah.
I forgot to pray. Oh my god. Kill my
Yeah,
character.
the one thing you forgot to do.
I'm gonna pray next session, I promise.
We're praying. We should have prayed in the beginning of this session, honestly.
Hooray!
today.
All right,
Oh,
guys.
you pray
Wait,
today?
No.
Did you pray today?
Wait a minute.
I can break it down.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session 3. You guys did excellent. There was things that were fun. There are things that were unexpected. We did it all, and we'll do it again.
So refreshing being a good guy, but killing people was my hobby.
Honestly, that was great. I'm gonna stop recording.